Hey, it is November 7th, 2022. It's now 7:02 p.m. I'm opening the November 7th Boxborough Planning Board meeting. Present at the meeting, please acknowledge your presence when I call your name for roll call. Mark White.
White present.
Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz present.
Kathy Vorse.
Vorse present.
Rebecca Werner.
Werner present.
And Janet Connolly.
Muted.
She is.
Asked to unmute. I can see her talking. Janet, you're there?
Yes, the system wouldn't let me unmute myself, and I am present. Thank you.
Sorry about that. And Tracy, we've got some announcements tonight, I think. Tracy, is this the last time you're going to grace us with your presence?
This is.
Well, I want to thank you for coming to Boxborough and, enduring the insanity that is the Boxborough Planning Board. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And it wasn't an easy decision, but it was one that was necessary to leave. So.
Well, best of luck with your future endeavors. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Also, I think we can do this without violating OML. I had heard that one of the select board members may have resigned. Is that everybody has heard that on this board?
Not may have. She resigned.
Yeah. So Jen Campbell has resigned from the select board, and it is a really difficult time right now for the select board. And I want to thank Jen for all the effort that she's put into the job. And, we're looking forward to her staying on and staying involved in town, not staying on the select board. And best of luck in your future endeavors, Jen. So, let's see, it's now 7:04. What do we have? Let's see if we can get something done in like 10 minutes.
Get 2 sets of minutes there.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what we've got.
Is there public comment?
Yeah, we could do public comment. Nobody ever wants to talk at the meetings. They're afraid I'm going to chew them up and yell at them. But is there anyone in the public who'd like to express any concerns on an item that is not currently on the agenda? If you would like to speak, please raise your hand and we'll unmute you. Anybody? Not hearing nothing. No news is good news. Let's do the minutes. So what minutes do we have? I'm trying to find them on the
Got
agenda.
October 3, which I'm happy to share if you say the word.
Yeah, could you do that, Mark? Please share the October 3rd minutes. Thanks. Okay, the usual suspects. Do you have anything that you'd like to amend to these minutes?
Well, it wouldn't be a meeting without an amendment or two from me, so I can jump in. I know, right? It's just keeping you all on task. Line 44, I think the line should read, remove 39 trees and replace these with 40 to 45 new trees. I think the word with needs to be inserted there.
Instead of these, probably?
Replace
these with.
Okay.
So just insert that. Line 103, of fully inventorying all the stormwater, I think insert the word infrastructure on the site. These were beefy minutes to get through, so unfortunately I don't have time.
Yeah, I wanted to say Kristen is just doing stunningly detailed minutes, which I think for people who weren't in our meetings, and if you look at this a year later or a month later or 2 weeks later, these are great minutes. I just want her to know that she does great minutes.
They are honestly pretty incredible minutes.
Yes, they're very good. One more, line 324. I think it's supposed to be Miss Carter, but it says Carnett. Do I have that right? Does everyone agree? I don't believe there was a Miss Carter, Carnett there, but I think that's supposed to be Miss Carter, 324.
324.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's right.
And that is all I have for those.
Okay. Janet, lay it on us. What do you got?
I do not have any edits on the on this set of minutes. I do on this October 17th.
We're gonna
Oh,
do those
okay.
in a minute. All right, so let's vote these.
So, Rebecca, you got anything?
Nothing on these.
Okie dokie. Well,
Make a motion to approve the minutes of October 3rd as amended.
Second,
okay, moved by Mark, seconded by Kathy. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mark White,
White eye.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye?
Rebecca Werner.
Turner, I.
Did I say Kathy?
no, Force I.
And Mark Barbadoro, aye. Okay, how about we pull up the second set of minutes? Thanks, Mark. What do you got, Cindy?
I can always get to go first. Okay, why not? Line 47. After the word Design Review Board, DRB, should insert the word and. Line, let's see, 52. It says Water Protection Overlay District. I assume that's referencing our Aquifer Protection Overlay District, but I don't know if Sue used the term aquifer. So
What line?
line, I'm sorry, 52.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm barely seeing it on the screen. It's kind of falling off the bottom here. Can someone pull it up? Thank you.
That has to be aquifer. I think I agree with her,
Right.
because we don't have a water overlay.
Not since the like 80s, we got rid of it. The W.
Right. And then the following line, it says, line 53, there may be issues with deep cuts in that district. I wasn't sure if that was the right frame. I didn't go back and listen to the tape, but I wasn't sure if deep cuts was, again, it may be, it's related to blasting and impact to wells, so it may be the terms are correct, but.
Would it be
perhaps-
excavation instead of cuts?
Or deep cuts being made.
No, it's what Sue said. Who cares if it's deep cuts or any of that? It's just, I mean, the Aquifer Protection District is be the more appropriate change, whether it was deep cuts or.
Just wanted to make sure we captured correctly. Okay, line 70, small typo on the beginning of the sentence, lighting should be dark sky compliant. It says by.
Sorry. 70. Oop. Should be. Okay,
That's all I've got.
All right, Kathy, you got anything?
Line 81. This was when we had some dispute about the design review board
yeah,
was asked. Oh,
those are my highlights, so you're looking at my notes.
okay.
So I'm highlighting.
I think that was a message to myself about the jurisdiction. All right, line 120. We have the words created mimic, and I didn't understand them.
The draft decisions created mimic the procedural.
Oh, the draft
history-
decision that's created
Right.
does
mimics-
mimic? I see.
Mimics, if you've added the S would make it clear.
Yeah, then it would make sense to me. 126.
Oh, CBP.
CPB
Yeah.
one in 126. We usually put in parenthesis what it is to translate it.
Yeah,
I had that as a question mark. I don't know what CBP.
And I couldn't translate it.
CB,
Why don't we just delete it? Yeah.
but the whole sentence.
Or just the CVP.
Okay.
Okay. Line 151. This was quoting, I think it was our attorney. And in line 151, it says it doesn't require a supermajority. And in line 154, we say it does take a supermajority. So
No. This says this does
yeah,
require a supermajority, and then this says can extend a special permit by supermajority. So it says does in both places.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah. Line 1, well, somewhere between 182 and 189, the word simplistic is used, and I think just the word simple could be used. Let's see.
182 and 189. Simplistic right here.
Oh, wait a minute. Eliminating 21 spaces would not necessarily be simplistic. Yeah, I would say
That
simple.
doesn't sound right. That might be a.
I think, well, I would say simple probably does fit though. Or that simple.
Well, that's Mr. Kelly's statement. Mr. Dion's statement, sorry.
I'd be putting in that simple instead of simplistic.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Line, I had questions just for myself on a couple of things, so I got to sort those out. But line 314, we have the words at not.
Building currently looks like Amazon warehouse, not a building.
So just delete the word
At.
at.
Or
Unless it was-
substitute and. for
Unless it
at.
was supposed to be and not a building located in, I mean,
That's what,
Yeah, that would read better. Means the same thing.
yeah, why don't we just substitute at for and on line 314?
Yeah. Gee, Kathy, you read these hard, huh?
my eyeballs ache. Line 373. We say more durable on the interior.
Saw that one too.
I thought it was
figured I'd
exterior.
read it.
That's where the durability would matter anyway.
Then
Yeah.
a brick wall.
Definitely.
And then I have line 374. Does not a design guideline.
Is not.
Okay.
No.
Does not have a design guideline for the industrial.
So we
park.
need a verb in there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it does not have.
Good. Good catches.
Okay, that's it.
Nice work. Janet, you got anything?
Sure. But just on that second to last one where we're quoting Mr. Dion,
What line?
this is line 373. He did actually say interior. And what I recall from the gist of the conversation was he was talking about how they build out the interior facade and envelope, and that it is better than a brick wall. I mean, that is what he actually said. So is it really our place to like change the meaning of
No.
what he said?
The exterior skin selected for this building is more durable on
Once
the-
you build it out on the interior than a brick wall is. That's what he was trying to say. I recall that. I mean, I could be wrong, but again, it is his words, right? So
Yeah,
I don't know that we can
hard-
change that.
it's easy for us to remember what we said.
I just remember hearing it. It stuck with me because I was like, what does he mean by that? And what he means is they're going to build the wall up to that exterior skin, and collectively that design element will be more durable than a brick wall. I mean, I don't know. That's why, again, can we really change other people's words? You know,
Well, we can ask the, when she makes these amendments, you can go back to the tape and just
Okay.
verify. Thank you.
All right.
Good catch.
line 26. We have submitted by here, and then it also says submitted by, and then in line 27. So I think we can delete the first submitted by on line 26.
Yes, and also submitted by for. No, don't think that reads too well.
Well, if we just get rid of submitted by, it'll say rules and regulations for site plan approval submitted by Boxborough Adams Realty Trust.
So strike all those.
Just the first one that says submitted by. That's all I'm suggesting on line 26.
Okay.
Line 58. Now, I agree that this was said, but after the fact, I don't really know what's meant here by the bylaw, compliance with the bylaw and the earth removal rules and
It
regulations.
was earth removal bylaw and the earth removal rules and regulations.
Okay. So do we want to,
Bracket it.
are you comfortable adding to that to say the earth removal bylaw and rules and regulations, or just, because when I read it, I wasn't sure what bylaw was being referenced.
We should bracket it if the words were not said. But if we want the public to have some clarity on it.
Yeah, I would recommend bracketing it. That was my intent.
Thank you. Line 75. It starts with ADA compliance along the facility was also discussed. Along the facility, what? Sidewalk? Front grounds? What was, I don't know what along the facility means.
Yeah, I think I was referring to ADA compliance for the project in whole. So,
For the facility?
yeah, for the facility would probably do that.
My next, it's just a question, maybe not an edit. Line 78, Mark, it says, you noted that the DRB has no authority in this district. Did you mean the Office Park District?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's just from my knowledge. Line 87. Again, this is just for clarity for other people reading it. It says with CEI. I know CEI is a consultant, but others may not know what that is. So can we say email with CEI, comma, a consultant regarding the geotechnical survey?
I'm an advocate of every time we have an acronym, we should do the extended version of what it is.
Well, I think corporate environmental, I think that's the name, right? It's not corporate, excuse me.
It's comprehensive and
Comprehensive. Yeah. But they might go by CEI now. I don't know if they spell their name out themselves, right?
We could just put in parentheses, an engineering
Consultants.
firm.
Right. Or, just in some way. Because someone might think it's a committee or something, in the town. Line 103, period at the end of the sentence. Line 111, Johanna Schneider, Hemingway and Barnes. Can we add attorney for the applicant?
Sure. Absolutely.
Sure, if somebody was reading this down the pike, they might wonder who she was.
Line 141. Delete the first appearance of the word memo. Ms. Schneider's memo acknowledges in her memo.
Yeah.
That's fine, it's a small thing. Line 177. And a recent MIPA submittal for 60,000 square feet at 1414 Mass Ave. Can we add a bracket that says a proposed 60,000 square foot building or development or something? Something 60,000 square feet of what?
That says 600,000 square.
Sorry, 600,000.
Yeah,
thank you.
okay.
But I was just thinking it's a development or a building, or we have to say some now to go with that adjective.
For a 600,000 square foot development. That's all I do.
Well, it's actually, it's a building. The development would be more than 600,000 square feet.
Of gross floor area?
Well, let's not get into that. I mean, of a building?
Yeah, of gross
Okay.
floor area of buildings. Plural.
Line 180, it says with 8 only if needed. Eight what? 8 ADA spaces, 8 snow removal reserve spaces. I didn't know what the 8 only were.
There were 8 additional spaces, and I don't know whether they were to be the EV as the demand evolved.
Or were they the land banked spaces? For the additional 15,000 square feet. How about we insert the word additional spaces and then we'll figure out what the
Okay, there you go. I knew there was something, but I didn't know what their set aside was. Okay.
Janet's audition for the planning board clerk position, I think, is going quite well. If
Yeah.
anyone disagrees.
You're so wrong. Line 216. I can delete the word levels. I mean, they tested high, so we've already said what the concentrations are. Or
Oh, you engineers.
well, levels are not concentration, so it's a whole thing. Line 304. Is it a condition?
Yeah,
Remove the S.
yeah.
Okay.
Line 344. After the word details is an extra period before the comma. Line 374. Oh, maybe someone already did this. The town does not have a design guideline.
Yeah, we got that one.
Okay, thank you. Line 431. Before there are a number of errors, I'd like to insert the word scrivener's errors. Because they're not actually errors, they're just minor formatting related things. That's it for me. Thank you.
Nice work. Is there a motion to approve these minutes? I don't even remember the date.
I move that we approve the minutes of October 17th as amended.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Kathy Vorse,
Vorse, aye.
Mark White,
White eye.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Rebecca Werner,
Turner, aye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Okay, so back to the meeting that it sounds like we're going to be continuing is the 7:15 public hearing for 100 Codman Hill Road. Tracy, did they ask for continuance?
You're muted, Tracy.
Thank you. They did, and they asked to be continued to the November 21st meeting.
Do we have a time that you would recommend?
Well, you have Adams Place at 7:05. So whatever the board wants to do.
You want to do 7:30?
Make a motion to continue the public hearing for 100 Codman Hill Road to 7:30 on November, what was the date?
21st.
21.
Is there a second?
Second,
Okay, moved by Mark White, seconded by Kathleen Vorse. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Tracy, are you transmitting to our new planner the ongoing hearing dates and?
Oh yeah, I've got it all. We've talked on multiple occasions.
Okay, so he'll pick this up and know for our next agenda, because I don't always track when the continuations
No,
are.
I have it all. I have it all on the whiteboard in the office.
point
Awesome.
of information, who's our new planner?
Alec Wade is his name,
And planning is his game.
and planning is his game.
And he'll be at our next hearing, correct?
He will.
Mark and I have met him. He seems like a nice guy, and he seems pretty competent too. And Tracy also interviewed him and thought that he was a good fit for Boxborough. So we're looking forward to having him here. So, okay, so
You
we
need to take a vote. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
yeah, we need to take the vote. So, is there any other discussion? Hearing none. Mark White,
White eye.
Kathleen Vorse.
I don't know what we're voting on.
Oh, we're voting to continue the
Motion
hearing.
to
Oh,
continue.
Forsyth,
Okay, Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Rebecca Werner,
Werner, aye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Okay, and we are almost on track for the public hearing of 400 Beaverbrook Road. And I bet
You want to just speak to the open space and recreation plan? I think Tracy also had a comment about pushing that off, so maybe Tracy could weigh in on that one that's on the agenda.
yeah, why don't we do that? Go ahead, Tracy.
Sure. I had, at the request of the Conservation Commission, I had sent I have sent the draft to Melissa Cryan at the state for comments prior to sending in the final, which is actually a great idea to do. It's the best. So rather than have you do anything on it tonight, your next meeting, we should have all those comments in place.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Okay, so
And we need to submit a letter, Tracy.
You will, and I have a draft, like a format that I'll put in the packet for your next meeting.
Okay, it's a letter in support, basically saying the planning board
Yeah.
supports the open
Yeah.
space. recreation plan. Great. And Mark, if you want to just, I'll tick off that last item on the main part of the agenda about green communities. I just had a quick insert on that one, and that is that folks weren't aware. It sounds like the state legislature did approve a modification to the green, I don't know if it's to the Green Communities Act, but essentially Boxborough was unable to apply as a green community because we were being served by a municipal light plant, and the legislature has now changed the legislation to allow communities that are served by a municipal light plant to apply for green community, to become a green community. And once you get that designation, you are eligible for various grants and such. So the legislation has changed. I think the sustainability folks are possibly working on trying to maybe make suggestions to help Boxborough meet the criteria so that we can, in fact, get that designation. But I just want to update folks, the legislation has been changed to allow that.
And I think the stretch code has also been updated, and they have created a stretchier stretch code that is a local adoption that's even greener than your standard stretch code. So we've adopted the stretch code, the last version, and it's self-updating. As a community, we don't need to every time a new version comes out, we don't need to vote on it. But there is a local adoption that's even greener, and that one we would need to vote on. So just as an update. But it's time. It is time to hear the continuance of the 400 Beaverbrook Road special permit application. To consider the application submitted under 7300 earth removal, 7500 open space commercial development, 8000 site plan approval, and 9200 special permit submitted by Campanelli Trigate, Boxborough, Sub LLC, to construct a 64,000 square foot office research and development facility. The subject property is located in the Office Park District at 400 Beaverbrook Road and is identified on Assessor's Map and Parcel 3140. So, is the applicant available?
Good morning, Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Russell Leon here.
Hey, Russ. So, we have, I believe, a draft decision, and we also have some modifications to the facade of the building. Is that right?
That is true. That is correct, Sean.
Do you want to just throw the modifications up? We'll take a quick look.
Sure. And before I do that, I just wanted to introduce, I do have a few people here in case we want to discuss any other items after the architectural changes. So we have Dave Mello, our architect, who you'll be talking to in just a moment to take us through some of the architectural changes. We have Bob Michaud, our traffic engineer, who has been corresponding with your peer review traffic consultant. And we also have Johanna Schneider to review the conditions. And we have David Kelly, of course, our civil engineer, who would like to talk a little bit about a stormwater permit waiver that may be requested to the board in this discussion tonight as it relates to an application which was submitted on 10/27 of October and fully vetted with Sue Carter in places previously. So we can talk about those additional items. But I think to address your number one question, I would like to share the screen if we have the opportunity to do so.
Excuse me, Mark.
Yep.
I think we should introduce, I think Corinne is here from Green International. Is that right, Tracy? Maybe Tracy could make that introduction. Is that correct?
Tracy, are you there or are you muted?
I'm here. Sorry about that. Corinne, if you wanted, yep. Corinne Tobias from Green International's here to speak to the traffic peer review that they completed.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself earlier. And I'm also here with my colleague, Angelica Vasquez, who has a brief presentation to give after this if people are interested.
I didn't see Angelica. I apologize, Angelica.
Okay.
And just a quick question. Sue Carter is not going to be in attendance tonight. Is that correct, Tracy? Or is she?
She is not.
Okay.
You all set, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, you're up.
Okay, great. So I'll just, everyone can see the slide. There is on the lower portion of the page is the original facade submission, and on the upper page is the street facing facade modification. That's being seen
Yes.
by everybody.
Yep.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure. So just a couple of points, and then I'm going to turn this over to Dave Mello of RKB Architects to just walk you through a couple more details. As you can primarily see, there's been 4 or 5 to 6 fundamental changes in the front facade as it faces the street. One very particular item is a second row of windows were installed above the first floor windows. This is not a 2-story building, but we examined putting a second row of windows to assist in the scale of the building and give an illusion of a second floor building within the front facade. So you can see that. We have included a masonry panel between the two windows of a light gray brick to match the architecture of the building. We have removed a fair amount of the blue metal paneling and had brought that back to the metallic metal paneling that you see at the canopies and at the window frames and at the corner detailing. But what I'll do at this point is really turn this presentation over to our architect to just walk you through this very briefly, so you get the full description from him. So Dave Mello, why don't you take the mic, and we'll transfer to the next slide for you and just tell us when to proceed.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Dion, and good evening, everybody. I'm Dave Mello from RKB Architects, as Rob has alluded, and I am the architect of record for this facility. Based on the image that you guys see on your screen right now, we've broken down the modifications that are being proposed from the original concept to this new concept as followed. The bottom rendering is the previous version of the design that was presented at the previous meeting, and the top portion are the changes that are being proposed to bring this thing more in line with what everybody may be looking for. First item that I'll mention is the increase in height of the main entrance. The main entrance, which is, thank you guys, the main entrance, which is a glass framed aluminum glass entry system with a ACM clad canopy system. We've raised that in height to give it more of a 1.5 story feel to it, to kind of pronounce that entrance a little bit more, and also introduce a little bit more glazing and glass to that main entry focal point. The other thing that we did is we shifted from the blue that was prominent in the original design. You'll see that there were a lot of blue components, window frames, this blue emblem metal that was in line with the TUV logo and identity. And we've gone more to a metallic silver color, which also kind of plays a little bit with what is existing at the park, which we'll get into in future slides. As Russ had mentioned, we also added a second row of windows on top of the bottom row of windows. This would imply that it's a 2-story structure, but it is not. Those windows will probably be like a spandrel glass or something to mimic the windows below. And the point of this is to kind of give the windows a little bit more height, less blank wall space, and adding a little bit more architecture to the front facade, especially in the office portion of the building. Like I mentioned, we changed the blue. Right now, the only blue that we're really proposing is a very simple horizontal accent line that'll wrap around the building to break up the facade, to give it a little bit of hint of the tenant's identity, their corporate color being in the blue range. As I mentioned, the window frames, we're proposing shifting away from the blue aluminum soffit system and more into the more traditional metallic silver, similar to what is out there at the existing facilities as well. And when I say the existing facilities, the 3 existing buildings that are in the business park at the moment. And what Russ had mentioned is what you see noted as a number 6. Between the lower row of windows and the upper row of windows, we're proposing an insert of a gray colored brick to somewhat tie a little bit into some of the comments that were previously brought up in prior meetings and discussions, to bring it more contextually to the existing buildings that are out there. So that is basically the 6 main different points that we've basically modified the existing facade into this newer version, which, you know, I can go on to speak more to in following slides. Jeff, why don't you flip over to the next slide, please? This slide is basically an analysis of our project's proposed facade. What you see there is this particular building's front facade, and graphically, we're trying to represent the facades of the other 3 buildings, building 200, building 300, and building 500, all of which are neighbors in the park. And this facade, you know, kind of helps show that the size of this facade of building 400 is technically smaller than all of the other ones. Based on the calculations that were done, It is 13%, I'm sorry, building 200's facade is 13% larger than 400, which is the shorter purple range. The pink range, which would represent building 300, is 56% larger than building 400. And then the gray box in the back is a graphic representation of the building 500 facade, which is technically 133% larger than the facade that's being proposed for this particular building on lot 400.
David, can I ask you a question?
Please.
So building 300, how many stories is that?
Russ, I believe it's, is it 4 stories?
Now, building 300 is 3
3
stories.
stories. Yeah.
Building 500 is 4 stories. And building
Okay.
200 is 2 stories.
And building 300 is about 5 feet, maybe 5 to 7 feet taller than the proposed building.
That is correct.
And it's 2 stories larger. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep. And building 500, how many stories is that, Russ? You know that?
It's building 500 is 4-story building.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, David. Keep
Not at all.
on going.
Perfect. Jeff, I think you can go to the next slide. This is an image that was put together just to kind of show, this is the proposed TV floor plan that's color coded to kind of give everybody a sense of what's being put in this. The pink area is your office area, which also represents where we are trying to put windows in the facade, where we have the opportunity to add windows and glass to the facade. The blue areas that you see here are these, what we're referring to as the lab rooms. These are the labs that UTV is going to be doing all of their testing of electrical components and systems and motors. Everything is done in these blue areas. And then in the yellow area is more of their circulation space and also some support space that services the blue area. And the purpose of this is really to show, as highlighted in red, the lab functions, which require very specific control environments, don't really give us much opportunity to add additional windows on the other sides of the facade. We've purposely brought the whole office portion to one side of the building, the front, the focal point where all the majority of the parking is, leaving all of the functional space towards the back of the building, realizing that our capability of adding more windows would probably not be as evident back there versus the front. So this is just more of a graphic representation of the why where windows are where they are and where we can't technically add any more windows without sacrificing the functionality of this lab space for TV. Jeff, I think you can go on to the next one. Perfect. So this right here is probably one of the better images. This basically shows some of the existing architectural elements that are present in the other 3 buildings on the site and how we've tried to contextually bring these into the facade of building 400. The 4 images that you see at the top are pictures from the buildings on site. These are not from anywhere else. These are specific, some of the existing architectural elements that are on there. And we did make quite the effort to try and bring some of these into the design of this facade. As an example, the majority of the buildings out there, as noted in the first one, has a projected roof coping cap. There's a nice little overhang out of metal that's present in pretty much all of the buildings out there that we are also trying to obviously replicate here on building 400. In addition to that coping cap, the next one is there's a big fascia panel, or sometimes referred to as a frieze, entablature. But basically, the top of these buildings has a nice metal component that goes along with that projected roof coping that, again, you're trying to mimic on building 400. That's represented with a gray area across the bottom, across the top of the building facade that wraps around the 3 main sides of the office area. The next component is the entrance canopy. All of the buildings have a pronounced entrance with that higher than 1 story, story and a half entrance component, which was what we are trying to mimic here with this newer rendition, as well as basically raising the height of the canopy and giving it more of a pronounced glass front entrance, as we've seen in some of the other buildings. And probably one of the bigger elements, in my opinion, is a lot of the buildings have this corner window feature where the articulation of the windows, basically all the buildings have the corners highlighted with the metal and with this corner element that we are trying to somewhat speak to as well in the facade of Building 400. The two main corners of the building that address the main drive, Beaver Brook, we're trying to accent those a little bit and make them a little bit special, somewhat tying back to some of the existing vernacular that's in these existing buildings of 200, 400, and 5, I'm sorry, 200, 300, and 500 out at the park. And then, Jeff, I think you can go to the last image that I'd probably speak to when you get a second, Jeff. There you go. So this is basically just kind of speaking again to that corner window detail that's out there, where it's at, I believe this is building 500, I believe, that you see on the top right-hand corner. We are trying to, work within the means of the structure that we have with these precast wall panels to accent that corner with some higher glass at the entrance, at the corners, wrapping that with a nice metal feature, which will now be that metallic silver, anodized silver color that kind of speaks hand in hand with what's out there architecturally for most of the buildings. And I think, there's one more. There you go. And then this would be just another example of some of the existing architecture that's out there. That deep overhang canopy structure, fascia structure at the top, the corners, and the metal entablature fascia that wraps around these buildings, which is basically what we're replicating on the top portion of the proposed facade, as you see across the bottom, that portion of the render.
So what I noticed that the overhangs are a lot shallower on the new building versus the old. The existing buildings seem to be about 3 or 4 feet of overhang.
Yeah, I want to say that they're probably about 2.5 feet on the existing ones, and we're proposing a 1 foot off of the face of the fascia on this one. It's probably not reading as well on the rendering, but the intent is for it to have not exact. I mean, I don't want to exaggerate it as it has on those existing buildings, which are also a lot taller. This was a little bit lower to the ground, so I think the sense of scale kind of works well, but you're right. They're not that deep as they are now. Yeah.
Is the blue line across the front going to continue on the revised facade modification?
Yes, that is the plan. And it's a simple 6-inch tall blue line. It's not lit. It's just a painted line on the facade.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
No, thank you.
Thank you, David. Bob Michaud's here with us. We have received, as of last Thursday, a peer review letter from Green International Affiliates, your traffic peer reviewer who's also with us. And Bob has prepared a response to that traffic assessment. And Bob, why don't you talk about your thoughts about the review and how you could recommend a positive way to move forward.
Thank you. For the record, Robert Michaud, Managing Principal of MDM Transportation Consultants. So we're pleased to have received the peer review dated to November 3rd and have followed the receipt of that with a teleconference with the peer reviewer, or actually preceding that, the issuance of that, actually had a teleconference with the peer reviewer to help them understand some background and the evolution of various studies that were previously conducted or that are ongoing, particularly by Mass DOT in this area. We're pleased to say that none of what was issued in the peer review in any way changes the design of what is before the board currently. There were no technical issues of consequence in that review that would change any of the findings or outcomes or recommendations of what we've submitted. And I will point back to, again, the ongoing efforts that Mass DOT has for this area generally, that include the redevelopment of the Route 111 interchange. Mass DOT in 2017, conducted a series of traffic counts that led to, in May 2022, the issuance of a functional design report that Mass DOT is using as the basis for what that interchange redesign is going to look like. And through that process, we've actually continued to be in consultation with DOT to share with them the master plan assumptions that are underway for this campus at the park, and making sure that they properly incorporate those into their evaluation and their plans for the interchange reconstruction. The most recent of those meetings was only several weeks ago, which we've actually prepared and submitted to DOT the same information that is now before the board for this project. It was the opinion of DOT through correspondence from the Public-Private Development Unit, PPDU, as well as district office out of Worcester, that the relative impact of this Building 400 project is de minimis. It's inconsequential to the operations in and around the interchange, for which DOT acknowledges ample capacity exists to support the use. DOT expressly acknowledges that the Building 400 project is a subcomponent of the larger master plan for the park, a very small component, and that relative to the originally approved 153,000 square foot office, that the 84,000 square foot research and development component represents a significantly lower traffic generator than had been previously reviewed and memorialized in Mass DOT's Section 61 finding for this area. So our conclusion is that despite having to go through the peer review process, that the outcome of that process in no way changes the outcome of recommendations that that we've submitted and evaluated as part of our documentation. And to the extent the planning board, through its deliberations, is inclined to approve with conditions the project, that perhaps one of the conditions of that approval could be the formal completion, properly addressing each of the points that were brought up in peer review. Again, none of which resulted in a change to the design of the project. And I'll let Corinne elaborate on that a bit, but I think the only technical issue that really came up was ensuring that the driveways that serve this building will have adequate sight distance, stopping sight distance, and intersection sight distance. That is something that was not documented in our original submittal. I will point out that the driveways that are being that will support this use are already in place. They were actually built. And in our technical response to the peer review, we document the fact that each of the driveways has well in excess of what minimum criteria would apply to the site distances at both of those driveways, well in excess of 400 feet. But again, that information, that formal response will follow tomorrow, so that the board has a formal response to that review. I'll conclude with that, and I'll defer to the peer review to go through any specifics that they think are important for the board to understand in their review.
Robert, just one question.
Yeah.
What was the last project that you did a traffic study for where you actually said there is no capacity available for any future vehicles to be traveling on the roadside? Have you ever done that?
Well, we've acknowledged in numerous studies in the Commonwealth that there may be capacity constraints that exist. Those constraints can always be addressed either through physical improvements, transportation demand management actions and programs, or in select cases, a modification of the building program. None of those conditions exist here. The conditions that exist here are unique in that the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of physical improvements that were built by Cisco to support 1.4 million square feet of space are now in place. but only 429,000 square feet of that build out has actually been realized. So we're in a very unique situation where the capacities to accommodate this are easily met by virtue of the improvements that have recently been put into place. Interestingly, DOT is yet again revisiting the entire interchange area, right? And through that effort will ensure that whatever is done at the interchange not only accounts for the 1.4 million square feet of space at the park, but also will account for the 1414 Mass Ave project and other background projects that have been recently before the board or currently before the board. So there's a lot of collaboration going on right now to ensure that all of those projects are being taken into account to ensure that any modifications will accommodate them.
And did you take in those projects into account as well as all the development that has occurred in the last 20 years since this park was proposed?
We have. What we submitted to the board, we very specifically accounted for normal area background growth and traffic. We've accounted for two specific projects, the 1414 Mass Ave project at 581,000 square feet of light industrial development, as well as the enclave at Boxborough, which is 50 age-restricted townhouse units. So all of those background growth assumptions are already baked into what we've prepared and submitted for the board, and that we've submitted as well to Mass DOT.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So is that the end of your presentation? Do you want us to have our consultant to speak to your?
Absolutely. I think that would make the most sense, Mr. Chair. And to the extent I want to clarify anything, I'm here to do that.
Thanks, Robert. All right, we'll hear from our consultant.
Can you unmute Corinne if that's what she's waiting for?
Thank you. Yes. It's not allowed to unmute myself. Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here to talk about this project and some of our findings. I just want to kind of first talk about a couple of high-level things. We did meet with the consultant and with Tracy to kind of go over some of the history of the project, and they also sent us some of the FDR, which contained some of the information that I think might be useful to the town, such as crash history and things of that nature. I guess one thing I will say is that there is still some due diligence that needs to happen. Both of, as mentioned, kind of the intersection site driveways, but also, confirm that emergency fire construction and delivery trucks can complete turning movements through the proposed site, and things of that nature, just to kind of make sure that the site will sort of function safely and effectively for everyone, including, the town. The other thing I did want to mention is that the traffic analysis actually used pre-COVID volumes for this study, which in some ways are probably likely a little bit higher than what's out there today, just because traffic in general everywhere was a little bit higher. So as a result, it was somewhat conservative in that regard, as well as the use of trips from additional projects. So I did kind of want to mention that as well. But with that, I'm actually going to hand it over to Angelica, who's, if you can unmute her quickly, who's going to go through just kind of a brief presentation that talks about sort of our findings, where we are in the process, some of our outstanding comments, and then if there's any questions afterwards, we'd be happy to answer. But I will just generally state that, from a traffic operational perspective, they're correct that, it didn't show necessarily an adverse impact to the intersections within the study area. However, as MassDOT is going through that design process for it, it's, I think that's something that's important to keep an eye on, whatever changes they do make may ultimately impact, or this project may ultimately impact what they come up with for design for that location.
What are the metrics for an adverse impact?
Generally speaking, so there's like level of service criteria, right? And things get sort of an A through F ranking. But what we look for is not necessarily the letter at the end of the day, but whether there's a significant change between no build and build conditions. And, you know, when it comes to that level of service, there was no significant change between no build and build conditions. But, you know, for what it would look like in the future without this project versus what it would look like with the project. So that is kind of how we would define, or at least how I would define, an adverse impact for operations. But again, I think there are still some things to sort of nail down with respect to safety and safe access for emergency vehicles and things of that nature. And again, you know, we are kind of held to that standard of sort of a certain type of traffic analysis and a certain type of trip generation that we use to evaluate these sites. So that's kind of what I mean by adverse impact, is that ultimately there was not a substantial change between no build and build conditions when it comes to delay at the intersections that were evaluated.
So we just put a lot of sidewalk down Route 111, and we have been talking about pushing our malls forward to be more aesthetically pleasing, sort of like West Acton. And I was wondering what the level of traffic increase might do to the, you know, comfort level of the people who are walking up and down that sidewalk, or that would be spending time in a pedestrian causeway at the front of a mall that might be there to be getting ice cream or having a beer or something like that. What is the impact on that this traffic would produce on something like that?
So, you know, and I guess unfortunately there hasn't necessarily been an evaluation of sort of pedestrian level of impact, in part because that's not necessarily part of the standard operating procedure. Maybe it could be, maybe it should be, but it sort of hasn't been to date. However, I guess I would say that I think the first thing that pedestrians would care about is sort of amenities and safety. You know, is the sidewalk there? Is it wide enough? Do I feel comfortable and safe here? You know, as to increases in traffic with respect to vehicles, it's a little tricky because there's sort of pros and cons to both, in that sometimes if you don't have a lot of traffic and cars are moving very quickly, and there's a lot of speeding, you know, that is not necessarily obviously the best environment for pedestrians. But at the same time, you know, when it's really congested and things like that, strangely enough, that's not necessarily a pedestrian unfriendly environment. People may not like driving in that condition, and certainly there's other impacts, you know, emissions impacts and things like that. And if, you know, whenever you have more trucks and things like that, it gets a little bit less pleasant. But as far as pedestrian conditions go, I think the real key is going to be pedestrian amenities in the area, and less so traffic.
Well, I guess the question for me would be, if the traffic increased to a point where the traffic itself was lowering, that the rate of travel below what the speed limit would otherwise provide for, then it probably DOT would then just widen the road and make the road faster and accommodate the extra vehicles. When we talk about capacity, I guess my problem is capacity seems to be limited only by, you know, the will to drive on the road. And for the lay people like me, when we see traffic studies, well, that I was just quizzing Robert, because I've also, in 20 years of being involved in construction or more, I've never heard of any traffic study that said this will cause too much traffic and you can't do it. So to me, it's it's important to know, we definitely need to make sure our sight lines are right, and we've got traffic lights when we need them, and police officers directing traffic when we need them. But oftentimes I just feel like there's really no limit. I mean, we can always look at Boston. I mean, you can keep jamming in the traffic in there. So, but thank you. I appreciate we can move on to the next one. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I'll just say, I hear your point about Mass DOT, although they are changing a little bit, even if not as quickly as the rest of us would like, in terms of their understanding and approaches with respect to pedestrians and bicycle access and things of that nature. So hopefully they'll continue to improve in that direction.
Well, we have a bicycle lane by that interchange now. Is that going to be able to stay there, or will that have to go away?
As a result of this project, they're not proposing any change to the bicycle facilities. I can't really speak to what MassDOT will do at that location, but I will say that in my experience with them in the last few years, they are not taking bicycle accommodations away. They're moving in the other direction, and very forcefully so.
Thank you.
So I see Robert has his hand up. I'm not sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert. Do you need me to unmute you? You should be able to. No? Still having trouble? Let me ask again.
There I am. Thank you. Yeah, just as a point of reference, Corinne is correct in pointing out that Mass DOT has adopted what's known as a complete streets design philosophy in any of its projects as it's moving forward. And really what that means is that unlike past efforts where vehicles ruled, there's distinct accommodation and accounting for pedestrians and bicyclists as part of the design process. And that certainly holds true for the interchange improvements. The early iteration of design for the interchange actually had multi-use path designs that ran all the way through the interchange to Swanson Road. And what that would entail is a 10 to 12 foot wide path on both sides of Route 111 to accommodate those additional travel modes, so that unlike today's condition where you may be using a bicycle in the travelway, so to speak, or mixed with traffic, the complete streets design philosophy now is to the extent you can provide dedicated facilities that are separate from travel lanes for vehicles, do so. And that in the early iterations of design seems to be where DOT is headed in this particular case. So that's very much part of their design thinking. And as this applicant advances future phases of its development, they'll be subject to rigorous analysis and mitigative actions that would relate to things like connecting to that bike path. So I just wanted to point that out, that is front and center in terms of what Mass DOT is trying to do here. Multimodal.
Thank you.
Yep.
So Corinne, did you want your associate to speak?
Sure. It's just a brief presentation. It kind of goes over the things that we've already talked about a little bit, but yes. So with that, I will hand it over to Angelica. I don't know if she needs to be unmuted as well. But...
I think I'm good.
Okay, thanks.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So a lot of it has been covered already with the discussion between Robert and Corinne. So I'll be quick through everything, but let's see if I can get this to work. So the submission status, as Robert mentioned before, we provided the review memo on last Thursday, November 3rd, and we're waiting for MDM to respond to our initial comments, which I guess we will be receiving in the next couple of days. So to move forward. Throughout this peer review, we reviewed a lot of different things, starting with the trip generation. As you can see on this chart, for an 84,000 square research and development facility, they're adding about 930 vehicle trips, with 87 in the morning peak hour and 82 in the evening peak hour. But as Robert had mentioned beforehand, this site is a lot smaller than what was originally permitted. So we're going to actually have a negative net trip of 170 per average weekday.
Negative relative to what could have been,
Correct.
but
Yeah.
is not
What
built.
was permitted. Yeah.
How much are we actually going up? 930?
Daily, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
930.
Thank you.
We also took a look at the parking, which currently the site plan has 312 parking spaces, 8 of which are designated handicap parking spaces. According to the Boxborough bylaws, we need 1 space per 200 feet of gross floor area. So that means 256 spaces are required, and 8 handicap spaces are minimum required for parking lots with 301 to 400 spaces. So as you can see, all of those are met with the current site plan. We also took a look at the traffic analysis at the nearby intersections of Route 111 at the 495 northbound and southbound ramps, as well as the Swanson Road and Codman Hill Road. As you can see here, this is what Corinne was mentioning beforehand, where we compare the no build to the build conditions. In this chart, we have it shown in level of service, so that can range anywhere from A to F. The no build represents what it would currently be without installing the project, and build would be with its build condition. So as you can see, there's little to no change as a result of the proposed development, so it shouldn't cause too much of a change at those 3 intersections. This is just a quick little summary of the peer review comments. As Corinne mentioned before, we want to include intersection site distance analysis for the site drivers to make sure that we're in compliance with AASHTO's minimum distances. We should also be including queuings as part of the traffic analysis. We want to make sure that we're comparing the queues of vehicles at an intersection between the no build and build conditions to make sure that it's not being drastically changed. I'm assuming it probably won't be too much of an issue because of the level of service, but it's still something that should be taken into consideration. And then we also want to confirm that emergency and just large trucks in general can complete turning movements throughout this proposed site plan. But overall, we think that the design complies with the town of Boxborough bylaws, and we concur with all the methodologies that were used to determine all the different factors needed for a traffic analysis, whether that be generated trips or the annual rate and the seasonal factor. So in conclusion, the proposed development is expected to result in a net decrease in vehicle trips. It's also not expected to significantly impact operations at any of the nearby intersections. And the site plan is compliant with all the town and Boxborough regulations as of now. And
Thanks, Angelica. And I would just add one more thing to I think it wasn't clear necessarily what specific recommendations and improvements to the site are being proposed. And so we did want to kind of get that sort of clearly broken out, whether it's transportation demand management or different improvements to the site, such as crosswalks and stop signs and things like that. That was kind of one additional thing, is that there was sort of no clear definition of what would be done in terms of, additional improvements to the area and to the site.
Okay, thank you. Cindy?
Yeah, so a few questions, both for the consultant and the applicant. I'll just pick up on that last point. So I'm sorry, Corinne, you said that you have asked the applicant to be more specific about traffic demand management measures. Is that correct? Are you waiting for a formal reply from them on that?
So yes, that was one of the things that we talked about a little bit also when we met, just in terms of looking for sort of a more clear outline of what's being included. I know there was some things in the original MIPA submission, and including things like traffic monitoring that maybe has ended, or we aren't sure whether it was continued. So we just want some clarity about, what are they committing to going forward.
Okay, so, sorry, Robert, maybe you can answer. Will you be responding to that?
Yes, absolutely. So we've actually, in the conduct of responding to those comments, have a list of TDM measures that the proponent will be implementing. And they include, but are not limited to, things, for instance, like carpool and van pool, preferential parking, EV charging stations, bike share station accommodation to the extent the town is interested in and pursues a bike share program. The proponent would make room within the confines of the property to place such equipment, bike share station for common public use, bicycle, secure bicycle racks in appropriate locations, the provision of reserved parking for car share services to the extent the car service wants to and finds merit in placing vehicles on the property, et cetera. So all of those will be outlined in the formal response. As it relates to the traffic monitoring program, the applicant acknowledges that they will be subject to a monitoring program under the state's or MassDOT's Section 61 finding process. That's something that kind of runs with the property through its prior permitting efforts, but the response will more specifically outline what that entails. And that would traditionally be going back after substantial occupancy of the property to measure actual performance in terms of traffic generation, parking activity, and trip distribution. So those will be outlined formally in the response.
Okay, thanks. So Corinne, you mentioned the review of the plan showed 311 parking spaces. That number seems a little higher than what the applicant has mentioned in the past. I didn't go and count myself, but can we get some clarity about the actual number of parking spaces from the applicant and verify that? I thought we were talking about 256 spaces, so I'm not sure who could speak to this more fully.
So I know
Sure, that would be David Kelly would be able to speak to that best. If you could unmic David Kelly, please, that'd be great.
All right, David, you should be able to talk.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Ms. Markowitz, that's a good question. So when the report was put on the screen a moment ago, it noted there was 312 spaces. So the plans show 256 parking spaces that include 8 land bank spaces. And I think the extra number that was noted in the green report is for just for good planning, the dashed on space that show as future spaces for the future addition to comply with the zoning. So there are 60 spaces shown, just like there's a dashed line that shows the 15,000 square foot addition to the building, not proposed to be permitted at this point. We have dashed on 60 parking spaces to support that additional building, just for a placeholder so that everybody could see how the site would look in its entire development. So again, there's 248 spaces. I'm going to say being constructed, but what I really should say is remaining after all the other spaces are removed, and 8 land bank space. And the purpose of the 8 land bank spaces was to get us to 256 spaces, which represents the 4 per 1,000 or 1 per 250 that would be required for the 64,000 square foot building. Does that clear all the numbers up?
You just mixed me up again, but I think I've got 248 regular spaces, 8 land bank spaces, and 60 spaces to be held in reserve if the additional 15,000 square foot addition gets built. And I understand those 60 spaces are shown on your plans, as I recall, as being landscaped area
Yes.
at this point. Okay, I had asked. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say there's no intent to build the 8 spaces or the 60 spaces. We needed to show them on the plan per the current open space permit that says you can build 3.3 per 1,000, but you must show that you could put 4 per 1,000 in. Right.
And I think I had asked at the last meeting whether or not there was any chance to reduce those further. So I understand then that those numbers are not being revised downward.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you for clarifying that. I have another question for, probably start with Corinne on this one. I did not see in the traffic report a breakdown of passenger car trips versus truck trips. Have you folks had a chance to look at that? And has the applicant provided any breakdown between the prior estimate of higher number of trips, but I never saw a breakdown of truck trips versus passenger cars. Do you have a feel for that now?
I guess to your point, that was not included in the traffic study. It's not something that's, I guess, generally included in traffic studies. But it is certainly something that we could ask for and get if that's kind of an interest that people have. I guess I would just say that, but no, it was not included.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that Swanson Road is a combination of both commercial and residential. So I would like to see a breakdown of truck trips versus passenger vehicles, if that's something that the applicant can provide for this particular project and any future traffic studies going forward on the larger campus.
Agreed.
Confirming, we will provide that in the response.
Okay. Couple more questions. I think in the special permit for the overall project, there was a mention of some improvements to Swanson Road. Maybe Robert may have already spoken to this, but I'm not sure when if that was anticipated after complete build out. There was also a mention of $20,000 for future traffic studies. I think a complete build out. Corinne, do you know, is there any outstanding items from the, if you had a chance to read the master plan traffic study and the earlier special permits, is there anything outstanding that we can look forward to from based on the prior permitting?
So there were some intersection improvements that would be triggered once the park gets to kind of a later stage of development. So it gets triggered at a certain build out point. This project would not trigger that. I guess we would not get to the total square footage. This is from the section 61 finding. With respect to the mitigation and improvements, that was kind of one of the things we were getting to earlier. There was really no outline of any sort of proposed improvements with respect to mitigation within the study, and we would like to see that a little bit more clearly, a little bit more formalized. What, if anything, the developer is proposing to do for either mitigation or just improvements to the area.
Okay, and I think there was a decrease in level of service at the Swanson Road intersection from C to D with the proposed project. Is that correct? If I read your charts correctly, so it's not completely negligible. There is a decrease in level of service with this project from those charts. Is that correct?
No, I think you might have been looking between the morning and the PM peak. But
look at the Swanson and Codman Hill Road and numbers. Oh, they're both the D already. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
So yeah, there's certainly a change from morning to PM, but not necessarily between the no build and build.
Okay, and one more question I had has to do with the access out the back of the park, the Littleton County Road. It's not clear to me whether the special permit had some prohibitions about access there, and whether this project, both for operational traffic and also for construction traffic, plans to use that access or for egress. So if someone could speak to that, it would be helpful.
Cindy, Russell Dion, I will share with you what I've been able to find throughout our acquisition process. We've not been able to find any permit written condition about how that current gate at the end of Beaverbrook Road, where it crosses into Littleton and the Harvard line over to Littleton County Road, is to be used. So I don't have any documented way it was used. In talking with Mark Chapman, the lead property manager for Cisco, he had mentioned to us that and he's been with Cisco since they started back in 2003. He had mentioned to us that there was a rule of thumb agreement that Cisco would hand out no more than 5,000 fobs to operate that gate. Bob would be able to tell me, I think that the campus of Cisco at its full build was around 11,000 trips per day. Bob, you can just correct me on that number, but just give me a number and let's not get back into that long discussion. But less than 50% of the occupants of Cisco were going to be allowed to use that gate. I don't have any verification of that in any permit, any place. That's what I'm just being informed from Cisco. We don't anticipate using that back entrance. It's difficult for me to assess how people will come to the site. Certainly, we've all probably traveled it. It's a long way to get to Littleton Center from there, and you're still not anywhere near a highway. Bob can talk about, traffic standards, about how traffic will go one way versus another, but from a practicality way, it's actually a significantly inconvenient way to access the site. Bob, you want to comment?
Yeah, all of the assessment that we've done and that we're aware of was done in the past assumed that all traffic would be going to or from Route 111. And while there may have been sidebar conversations about alternative routes, none of the analysis that we're now presenting, and nor does the issued Section 61 finding make any assumption about trips using anything other than Route 111 to get to or from the property.
Okay, I don't think the board has ever actually seen a copy of the Section 61 findings, so it would be helpful if the applicant has that, unless you already provided to us. I don't recall seeing it, but
it's an attached. It's attached to the traffic report that was submitted, but we'll include another copy in the response to comments.
okay. I think that was my list of questions on the traffic. Thank you very much both for answering all that.
Great. Mr. Chairman, should we move on to Mr. Kelly and talk about a stormwater permit? I think that's a relatively quicker subject. So before I introduce David, I believe during the process of submitting the application for this project in July and August, there was a new requirement for a stormwater permit. David and Tracy have had several conversations about the work done to date as it relates to the stormwater permit. David has submitted the application in late October. And David, why don't you report your conversation with Tracy and what the discussion was about perhaps asking for applicable waivers from that permit with this board as it relates to the work that's already been peer reviewed.
Yeah, thank you, Russell. David Kelly, Kelly Engineering Group again. So, Mr. Chairman, you had warned us early on that you were in the process of approving and developing stormwater regulations, and we've been following along closely. And at the last meeting, you had said that those regulations were in place, or somebody had said, I'm not sure which of the board members, those regulations were in place, and to make sure we check that box. So we re-reviewed the regulations, and we were really waiting for the town to establish a process to apply for it, which hot off the press as of October 27th, we did receive the application form that staff developed for the stormwater permit application. And so we completed that form. We reviewed the regulations again. We filed it with you on October 27th. And essentially just so you were certainly, I'm sure, involved closely in the creation of those documents, but it has a number of provisions. And really, it appears to me that the goal of the regulations, as is similar in a lot of similar stormwater regulations in other communities, was to grab projects that weren't otherwise going to go through a thorough review, as this one is and has been. In other words, projects that might not in themselves trigger site plan approval or some other permit process. And so the good news is that we feel that we've addressed all of the applicable requirements of your stormwater regulations. And in additionally, you have a provision that you put in your regulation, if you can recall, that talks about so-called minimally invasive projects, which were designed to have a sort of presumably the right to grant the board the ability to give the board the ability to grant waivers of submittal standards and the like. And we would also qualify for that, I feel, since minimally invasive was designed as projects that didn't marginally increase the impervious area in the site. And as we've noted many times in the presentations, we're actually reducing impervious area in the site by almost 2/3 of an acre. But additionally, the project has been reviewed for stormwater by your peer consultant. We've addressed whatever comments came out of that process. And sort of finally, the process of the so-called permit is sort of an interesting one. And it appears that the board can take it up under normal business. It doesn't appear to say that, it certainly doesn't say a public hearing is required. It doesn't say a public meeting is required, but presumably since the board is issuing the permit, they'd all have to be together to do it. So we would respectfully request that as a part of this permit process, that you would, in addition to the asks that have been made, assuming the board does approve of the OSCD permit and the site plan approval, specifically building 400, that the board would also issue a so-called stormwater permit to allow that box to be checked. So that's the best I can do for you on that, Mr. Chairman, but all hot off the press, but the application form that we received has been completed, submitted with the application fee check for $300. And as I say, I believe that we've addressed the items that are laid out in that stormwater regulations as a matter of course for a project such as this.
Can I ask a question, David? I'm just trying to look through your plan drawings. Did you submit erosion and sediment control plans for your construction activities?
Yes, there's a erosion control plan included as a part of the grading plan. If you recall, this is a pretty simple project when it comes to erosion control because we're not changing the limits of the work here. The current limits of curbing remain. And so we're really just concerned in this case with erosion and sedimentation relating to existing storm drainage systems, and we've proposed protective measures. Additionally, and it certainly could be conditioned in a permit, this project will require a stormwater pollution prevention plan as a part of an NPDES permit with the EPA because we're over an acre. And that will detail stockpile locations and other such things that are required by the EPA. But this really is a simple sediment control project. We do a lot of complex ones. This is a really easy one, and we should be able to very easily deal with it.
So you will be pulling getting a construction general permit from under the NIFTY's program?
That's correct. It's over 1 acre of disturbance.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think some of our regs sort of parallel those regs. So
yes, that's right.
Okay. So you would be submitting the SWIP to the board prior to the start of construction, or how would that process go?
We can certainly provide the board with a copy of it. Yes.
I mean, I guess I would want our consulting engineer to review that. So I don't know if that can be a condition of approval if we decide to waive the stormwater permit application itself.
I don't see why we have to approve the stormwater application at this meeting. I think we should have Sue review it and then we can approve it separately. It shouldn't greatly impact the approval of the special permit should we decide to do it.
Okay, so I guess so Mark, what are you suggesting, that the applicant's already submitted the documentation or will continue to submit it, but it doesn't sound like we're going to get the SWIP until down the road when they're ready to start construction. So
I'm suggesting we should approve the special permit if we want to. And we go down 2 tracks, one for a stormwater permit that's separate. And let Sue Carter review the application and tell us whether or not it works. And then review it or deny the stormwater application separately.
Okay, just condition it that they will provide an acceptable stormwater permit.
I thought David was asking for a waiver of the permit. That's what I'm trying to parse out here.
No, to make it clear,
review.
Mr. Chairman, so my only comment was that the project, no, we're not at all asking for a waiver from the
Okay.
permit. My only comment was that because the project is a so-called, I just noted that the project is a so-called minimally invasive project per your regulations. But as far as we're concerned, we are complying with your requirements, and to the extent that there are specific erosion control measures, as you point out, we are certainly pleased to provide the board with a copy of the stormwater pollution prevention plan. And Mr. Chairman, the reason that that's not done at this point is that we really need to get the site contractor on board, and we need to, define where, how they're going to go about the project. But as I note, this is really quite a simple project development compared to many others that we do, where erosion really is a concern, on developed sites.
So I agree with Mark White that we can just simply add a condition and say prior to disturbing the earth or any demolition activity, you just get the permit approved. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay. So,
Take it to the next chapter, Mr. Chairman?
yeah. So do you have anything else for us?
We do. We move on to conditions, and Johanna will lead us down that road in just a moment. As the board knows, Johanna has prepared a second draft decision and to incorporate as many of the board's comments that were transmitted to us last week as possible. We respectfully have reviewed all the conditions, and there were a few instances where we felt for TUV and operating in a competitive business environment, it became difficult for TUV to agree to hours of operation and truck limitations. Not that either one of those are in conflict, but I just want to point out to this board, for some reason, Boxborough seems to be a hotbed for testing compliance and training companies, of which at one point there were 3. They were TUV previously at 1300 Mass Ave for over 10 years, and there never was any issues with trucking or working hours. There's another company called Intertech, who's located in Codman Road, who does not have any of these restrictions on their business operation. And there's another company, NTS, which is very similar size to TUV with a 64,000 square foot facility at 1146 Mass Ave. And these enterprises do not have these restrictions. And I would respectfully ask that we consider allowing TUV to have the same competitive environment as the others.
I think didn't we ask them what they were expecting and then condition based upon that? I'm just curious.
We did, and there was some conditions that we did not ask them, we asked the applicant, and there were some drafted thoughts that when we went back to TUV after the last meeting, it was something that we all discussed in detail, and just felt that was a limitation to the way they could do business. Okay. At this point, what I'd like to do is have Johanna accessible to the board as it relates to whether we do a page turn, whether we go through the conditions one by one, if the board prefers to do it that way, or if the board's had an opportunity to do it in another way and they want to suggest a narrative in a different manner. Johanna and Mark, I don't know if you have a particular way you'd like to go through the conditions.
Well, in the future, unfortunately, you're not going to be a part of that, or maybe your next phase will be. I'd like to totally revamp how we do this, but right now what we do is go line by line and just get an approval of each one, and we will also discuss the ones that you guys have decided to strike. So, and I think somebody just puts it up on the screen and we just go down the line.
Joe, can you share your screen, Johanna? I think you might be the the best person to do that? Is that true?
I need a couple of minutes to pull it up, but
Actually, we have it. We can do it for you.
Okay, thank you. And again, Johanna Schneider, Project Council from Hemingway and Burns. Nice to see everybody again. That was for the minutes, introducing myself as Project Council in case anybody didn't catch that. So what we did do, just in terms of methodology, is that after our last meeting with the board, we did receive, I think, a handful of conditions by email from Mark, and then a 6-page document with suggested conditions that I suspect came from Cindy, but I'm not sure.
I live up to my reputation.
There you go. So I went through, there was a lot of crossover between Cindy's and Mark's comments. And so what I did was I went back to the draft decision that we had submitted in advance of our last hearing and did a markup of those. What we provided to the board last Thursday was a red line from the decision, the draft decision that we had provided before our October meeting with you. And I think when I was going through today in preparation for this, Cindy, I kind of cross-referenced all of your conditions. There were, as Russell points out, a few conditions where primarily because of operational concerns, we weren't able to fully accommodate the language, but I'm pretty sure we've got literally everything else in here that you had requested in some fashion. So I'm happy to walk through this through the red line. Is it the red line or the clean one that the board would prefer?
Cindy?
Well, I also did a cross check of my own list. So
how did you go?
you did really well. Very impressed. You got just about everything in there. Of course, I do have some questions as we go through. So, I mean, I'm willing to work off the clean one, unless I never saw the red line. I think you sent us a PDF and a clean version. I never saw a red line.
The PDF was the red line.
Oh, I never looked at it. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. I mean, we submitted it for your convenience, and I'm sorry that it wasn't more convenient for you.
I just picked the Word document, so
It was convenient for me, so it
good.
was
Thank
not
you,
for
Mark.
nothing, Joanna.
No.
I did read that one. That one I thought, because I figured that's where we would be tonight, is on the red line. That's basically taken the originals and then incorporated the board's comments. I don't know why you wouldn't show that, because that's really the most recent version of it.
Well, why don't we try to pull that one up?
We'll do that.
I have that open. Oh, do you have that open, or is that?
No, we have it.
Yeah.
Does everybody see the screen?
Yes, thanks.
Terrific. So we'll scroll through the pages at your direction, Johanna, and the board, but the red line document is there.
Yeah, and I mean, we can just scroll, and we're happy to take any comments, and also obviously happy to just stand by as the board members discuss the proposed language amongst yourselves.
okay. So you want to just let's see. I guess we can move right to the conditions then, correct? I think I do have a question about tendered exhibits, and want to make sure we captured everything. For instance, the peer review report, the response to the peer review report, will that all be included as tendered exhibits?
That will need to be updated. Obviously, this was prepared a week ago, so the peer review is new, and obviously we've not yet submitted to that. But yes, this will be an updated list. One of the things that I did want to call the board's attention to, I know that there was a lot of discussion at our last meeting with you about the status of our work with Mass DEP on the PFAS issue. We did submit to the board a memorandum from our environmental consultant getting into some more detail about that. I just want to make sure that the board was aware that that was something we had submitted. And I know, Russell, I think you're the right person to answer any questions about that the board may have. But I did want to make sure that everyone saw that that was in. I know that was a topic of a lot of questions the last time.
Hey, Mark,
Yes.
as a point of clarification here, are you gonna open this up to the board, anything that was presented or we received for discussion this evening? Or are we planning to do that after we look at these conditions?
Can you clarify? I'm confused.
I have a few comments, but I just, you didn't really open it up to the board to talk about it before we got into the conditions, so.
Oh, I beg your pardon. What? Well,
No worries. I
why
just
don't we-
wanted to make
why don't
sure
we
that I
backtrack
don't
and
forget to
you
be
can-
able to, ask a couple of questions and comments, I guess.
Okay.
Don't
You
mean to
wanna-
just derail
You want to do
anything.
that after or before? I'm sorry.
I'm fine with either one. I just want to make it known that I have a couple of comments.
Okay. Will you tell me? You,
Are those part of the conditions or?
No, just general comments about what was presented this evening and maybe some of the things that weren't really clarified this evening. So I'm happy to do it before or after.
why don't we do this since we're set up to run through conditions on a potential decision? We'll run through them and then we'll take comments. And then if we agree on a decision after hearing the comments, we will hold a vote if the board is ready to do so. But I would say it, just backing up to the beginning of the decision, I did notice it said to approve with an earth removal permit, and I think we just decided that we would just make that a condition, that you would not be receiving an approval for your earth removal, or was it earth removal permit?
No, that was stormwater.
Stormwater.
Yeah, so that's not going to be approved tonight, just so when that final decision happens, that can't be in there.
I'm sorry, for clarification, are you talking about now the stormwater permit or the earth removal permit?
I was talking about the stormwater permit, but I was confused myself.
Okay.
All right.
Because now I'm confused.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
They do need to get an earth removal permit, and they've applied for one, so I think this decision would capture the earth removal permit.
It does, yeah.
And we have incorporated into this decision findings with respect to the earth removal permit required findings from the bylaw and also some conditions regarding the same.
Okay. Sorry for confusing everyone.
I think we're up.
I'm just gonna go back to Rebecca's comment. I think I'd rather hear the comments before we go to the conditions, because it seems to me that might raise a few more issues that might add conditions. So if
We can do that.
if the rest of the board is okay, I'd rather hear the comments first, but that's my preference.
I
Okay.
don't have a ton. I just, yeah, it probably does make sense to just talk about them first. So I guess, is the board feeling comfortable with the architectural revisions that have been made is a question that I had. I feel like there's definitely been some movement since our last meeting, and certainly an effort made. But I guess for me, I'm looking around at the harmony of the site, and I'm missing the brick on this building. And I'm a little concerned about the two side elevations that are very, very visible, not just the front elevation on this building. And they're rather blank on both sides. So still very concerned about what's being shown out there for the building, because I'm not sure it really is well suited to what's around it. Also a big concern about the traffic impacts to the local residents in this area. There's all those apartment complexes and stuff running through there. And I think about, the addition of 85 additional cars through there. How does that impact those local residents? And I did hear, that this is a difficult thing to kind of obligate the applicant to the truck traffic, but, big trucks coming through at all hours of the evening as a potential is a little worrisome as well to all these residential units, and from my perspective. So if there was a way to control at least the commercial vehicles hours, just to minimize big lights and truck sounds and stuff for these people that are trying to rest at night, I think it's in our best interest to do that in some form. I also wanted to ask about we received a landscape letter is part of this package that wasn't really discussed this evening. And it came up with some ideas, but I'm wondering if there was any kind of determination about how to proceed based on that letter. Can maybe Campanelli can respond to that?
Sure. So on the landscape letter, so Jeffrey, this memo from Ben LaFrance, Jeff Wyman is our development associate here and has been running point with Hawk Design on the landscape. The memo identified all of the drought tolerant species of plants and shrubs that are a part of the design. And they also talked about the evergreen trees that are drought tolerant. And he mentioned that the deciduous tree category was on the weaker side of drought tolerant plants, primarily because he was using the species of the deciduous trees that are on site today. So they would grow and mature into the same sort of leaf pattern and color of the dominant plant material on site today. So I thought, Rebecca, that Ben was, both clarifying, it was more of a landscape clarification memo to talk about drought tolerant species. He listed all of his plants and he talked about the tree categories. And if there's a question in there, I'm happy to relay it to him, but I just wanted to talk about that.
Of course. I think that all made sense to me. And actually the palette it was a good palette that was selected for the trees and the shrub layer. I think what my question is, and I should have clarified this up front, was the request for less lawn, more drought tolerant, kind of less irrigation kind of species for ground covers. So I saw a bit of a note about using sweet fern in certain areas, but is there a proposal to reduce the amount of lawn and or irrigation?
We've talked to him about doing that, and he was indicating to us that it was a little difficult for him to go to a one-to-one trade-off. But I said to him, I said, Ben, what I'd like to do is to calculate the square footage of the lawn, which I don't have in front of me today, but can we transfer 35 or 40% of the lawn to a ground cover? And that falls under a plant material that you as a expert in this field would approve of. And he said, yes, we could do that. And that was after I got this memo from him.
Okay, so that was probably the recommendation for the sweet fern, I'm assuming.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's terrific. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Mark, that's all I had.
Okay, Mark.
Well, I guess it probably is appropriate that we talk about this now because they just gave their presentations about the traffic impacts and the building modifications. And those are really the sticking points here, hours of operation, because I think the rest of this is, it's a combination of what we gave them for conditions and the conditions that they heard us say. So as far as the traffic impacts, I mean, we just heard from our traffic consultant and theirs, and they said that the impact was negligible. And the people who've lived on Swanson Road, who none of have attended one of these meetings, so they don't seem particularly concerned. And the fact that, like the truck traffic, for example, I mean, I can hear trucks going by on 495 and I live almost a mile away at night, and they live within, 400 yards. So I don't think that a truck rumbling down Swanson Road in the middle of the night is going to bother anybody. So I don't really see why that's an issue, nor do I understand why hours of operation is an issue. Again, this is an industrial park. That's what it's made for. It's made to be there. But, as long as they keep the lights down and they keep the noise down, I mean, lights and noise, those are the two, things that we need to mitigate. But whether they work there, to me, is immaterial. and then this thing about the building modifications. I mean, we asked them at the last meeting. I mean, again, you came with a design review board recommendation from a board whose job was to review designs in town center. And that was supposed to be your area of expertise. And then to start to even begin to apply what's appropriate on Route 11 to what's appropriate in an industrial park. But you did, and then they gave it a pretty good shot. I mean, they showed you how the building is similar to the other buildings, and it is similar in many ways. Does it match the other buildings? I mean, we didn't say anywhere. I mean, I don't believe that we intend to make the buildings match one another. I mean, if that was the intent, we would have said it someplace, and particularly in industrial, an industrial park. I mean, for God's sakes, I mean, nobody sees it. And then, later on, we talk about we want them to put solar panels on their roof, which I think is a great idea. But then we follow that and say, we don't want to, we don't want to see it. Make sure we don't see it. Put the solar panels up there, but don't let us see them. I mean, it's kind of cross purposes. So, I mean, I think those are the sticking points, the way I see it from the applicant's response, which we haven't discussed all of them yet, but the issues that Rebecca raised. So that, I mean, that's my feeling on that. I'm ready to vote for these things the way that they have presented them and not take this to another meeting.
Just for clarification, this is an office park, not an industrial park.
Office park, yes.
Yeah, and in an office park, high volumes of truck traffic round the clock, which could occur in more industrial businesses like this that may operate round the clock, is a concern that you don't typically see in an office park. So it is something to think about. And our bylaw requires us to make sure that the buildings fit the character of the neighborhood. In this case, there are buildings already there, and fitting in with those buildings so it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb is something that we can consider. But in principle, I actually agree with most of the things that you're saying. But I think that we have to also be cognizant to the fact that this is an environmental justice community that we're talking about, and people who live in an environmental justice community sometimes are more concerned about getting through day-to-day activities rather than be involved in, town development. And that could be why they're not showing up to these meetings. In fact, I think they don't show up to most of the meetings, in town, generally speaking, and which is a shame. But I'm sorry, Kathleen, go ahead.
Yes. In terms of the traffic, I think in contrast to what Mark said about apartment, well, not so much apartment, but abutting residential uses, we did receive some significant communication from the abutting development in Harvard, which came online after this park was permitted back in 2000. So I think there should be some restriction on the use of the access we talked about, that gated plan, restriction on use by trucks out in that direction. I think that's important. And I think, the business about truck disturbance is something that in New England, everybody encounters seasonally with snow removal. And somehow we all manage to survive and get through it. And, it's part of life. So I didn't hear that they anticipated to have a lot or any kind of extraordinary truck traffic. And in fact, that their business was significantly lower impact than what was originally contemplated and permitted. I was against pressing them on the facade modification, but members of the planning board did, and I like the job that they did on producing something that was represented to be more harmonious with the buildings that already exist. But our design review really did apply to town center, the place where the population comes and goes. The population does not come and go in the same, count here. And I think we have to drag ourselves kicking and screaming into the modern age, that office parks are going to change as we want them to, in accommodating to materials and designs that are more environmentally friendly. I think we're the ones that have to yield at this point. So I would be in support of this design.
Well, I feel that the design is an improvement over their initial submittal, but I also agree that it is not great. And I was looking up Intertech's building, when we were talking about them not having any restrictions on their truck traffic. And I've noted that the building footprint is, I believe it's 22,000 square feet. It's multi-story. It's not a 70,000 square foot, 40-foot tall building, and it will have a different environmental impact on the area than, say, Intertech would, or NTS, which is, on 111 and is obviously much, much smaller, although I haven't checked. So I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with the idea that, we have to change with the times, and we have to help these areas be vibrant, but I'm not sure that it's necessarily a bridge too far. When I disagree with Russ, the guy from the company was here at our last meeting, and we were asking him those very questions about how his business would operate. We were assured by him that there was not going to be there was going to be a few people coming in and out late at night to run, to continue the testing that needed to go on round the clock. And it was not going to be full around the clock traffic. So I don't understand. I thought that we had proposed some fairly sensible regulations that did allow them to have activity round the clock as needed, but limited. So I'm just curious why that would be so problematic for them. Cindy.
Yeah, I guess I want to echo that. I mean, site plan approval does give us the authority to regulate hours of operation. What I had proposed as a condition was based on the information that the applicant had provided. And I do want to caution the board that, this is morphing from an office park to an industrial park, call it a light industrial park, but this seems to be the, let's call a spade, right? But these are the kinds of buildings that are going to be added to this office park in the future, and we don't put any limitation on truck traffic today, then the next 6 buildings that may be light industrial buildings may have significant amount of truck traffic, and we can kick the can down the road and not address it for this particular project. But I do think you end up setting a precedent, and the truck traffic will likely increase. And like I said, I mean, my first ask is to see the numbers so we have an idea what the volume of truck traffic is. And then perhaps the applicant can also provide us time of day, and maybe there is a way to come up with a balance about number of truck trips versus hours of operation, and what hours we can allow that type of traffic. So I just warn the board, or caution the board, that we do want to be cognizant that there will be more applications coming. I do think we need to be protective of the residents in the area, old and new. And, it is a concern. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment?
Sure.
Okay, so you are correct. We had some constructive conversation on a couple of these key points at our last hearing, and we had reconvened as a landlord and a tenant and had talked about a couple of concepts that relate to a business environment relative to their competitors in Boxborough. What I would like to just say is on the on the trucking side, okay, it's very difficult for TUV to qualitatively say what their trucking is going to be. It's going to depend on what they contract to test on a weekly and monthly and quarterly basis. That's a business decision by TUV. What they did say to me is 98% of the trucks arriving at their facilities today are FedEx and UPS trucks delivering samples for testing. The amount of trucks that travel to the residential community with the big blue smile on it will be much more than UPS and FedEx. Those are the trucks. About 2% of the trucks are a tractor trailer truck. On one week, it may be 0 trucks. On another week, it may be 7 trucks. TUV operates a facility primarily from 6 a.m. in the morning till about 8 o'clock at night, with various flex shifts coming and going. Some people come early and leave early. Some people come later and leave later. Occasionally, they are a training facility that has an extensive investment in their training facility, that they will be doing training in Boxborough through media connections in other locations. And there may be 40 people in a meeting till 10 o'clock at night. We felt that
What about 2 in the morning?
this is not a facility that's intended to have a training facility at 2 o'clock in the morning, but it is a facility that could have experiments that are going through, and there could be several people there throughout the night. And you are not opposed to that, and neither are we. It's just very difficult for us to sort of put a qualitative number, and then if we exceed it, who do we notify? This is a facility on the trucking side that has 2 truck docks that meets the zoning bylaw. Any building over 50,000 square feet needs 2 loading docks, no different than any of the other 3 buildings in the park. This is not a warehousing and distribution facility. This park is an office park, but it does have research and development and light manufacturing uses. With due respect, TUV is a high quality, high caliber, high investment group coming into Boxborough. And if you do want to look at Intertex buildings, their offices are in a pre-existing office building. But if you go in the back, there's 2 pre-engineered metal fabricated buildings where all their testing takes place. If you go down the street to NTS, they are similar in size. They're about 64,000 square feet over 4 or 5 buildings, and they're all in a pre-engineered Butler building with loading docks facing the street.
40 feet tall?
They're not 40 feet tall, but they're taller than 25 feet. Okay. These buildings that are being built in this park are Class A research and development buildings. And I just, respectfully ask this board to allow a business to continue to do its business in the way they've asked to do it, in a manner that we feel is very sympathetic to the neighborhood, wants to be a good neighbor, has been a good neighbor in the past. There's going to be a time that a vehicle may deliver a product and arrive at 6:30 in the morning or at 5:30 in the morning, and it will come into the parking lot. And how do we micromanage that? It's just easier.
What about 3 in the morning?
It's not intended to be that way.
Well, the question is how can we be flexible, but still have protections? I mean, that's really I didn't mean to make it sound like I don't care if any trucks go up and down in the middle of the night, because they do. I don't think it's appropriate to be running trucks up and down in the middle of the night. But at the same time, if a truck comes down in the middle of the night at 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's not an everyday occurrence, then that allows us some flexibility. So our problem is how do we write a decision that allows you the flexibility, but still allows us to have the protections? And I don't know how to do that. So I'm more inclined to take you at your word in a way, which is always a dangerous proposition, and and see how it goes. I mean, you know, for some things we have like noise, we have a bylaw that supposedly makes it so that you can't make noise. We have a bylaw that says you can't make too much light. You can't shine light up in the air. I mean, you know, so I feel kind of covered on the at night working, because if you're making noise, people are going to hear you, and there's going to be a problem. If you're not making noise, nobody's going to care. Truck traffic is a little bit different. So maybe.
Well, let me offer this. I think if and I'm just thinking out loud with the members of the board at the moment. TUV is hiring professional engineers who work generally professional hours outside of a particular testing or compliance situation that may be a 24 or 48 observation test. I think if we indicated that TUV's dominant work hours are between 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and with 20% of staff could be overnight, but it's limited to a handful of occasions throughout the year. I mean, how do we write that up? I'm all ears. Maybe Johanna can suggest something on the truck traffic. Maybe there can be a condition that TUV reports back to the board in 6 months if they've had a tractor trailer that's actually arrived at the property after 8 o'clock at night. They don't envision it happen, but how to have a prohibition against it becomes a challenge. So we're all in a little bit of a place to try to get to a comfortable spot. I'm not suggesting that we're not, but TUV's not running a 2-shift operation in everything that we've done through this site plan approval, through our previous discussions about things in the parking lot, stormwater, lighting, energy efficiency, traffic. We're all in alignment here. I think we can make these T's and I's work the way we want, but it's just a challenge. I agree.
And the supply chain is a real challenge too. So with everybody's best intentions being to keep it during the day, sometimes the trucks are just going to show up late, and there's got to be somebody especially assigned to the loading dock to offload, or they're not going to be there. So, I don't want to micromanage this.
Well, I think the suggestion that Joanna work on it, Russ, you and Joanna need to kind of sit down and figure out a way to put it into words, something that makes us feel secure, and that works for you. I mean, it's hard for us to get creative on this because we're on the protection end of it. You're on the you want to have the flexibility end of it. So show us how you can get your flexibility and we can get our protection. That's really it.
Johanna, do you have the language that we were talking about prior to the last hearing? I would love to get a consensus on this tonight if we could.
So what I might suggest, just listening to the board, looking at Cindy's prior suggestion with respect to business hours of operation, and Russell picking up from what you said, maybe what we say is regular hours of operation shall be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Business operations before or after such hours shall be limited to no more than 20% of the workforce. This is a slight modification from what Cindy had suggested, which was a 10% limitation. I think I'm just suggesting we build in a little bit more wiggle room here. And maybe with respect to truck traffic, maybe we say something along the lines of, regular truck deliveries shall not occur between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And use the word regular to denote that, there may be, as Kathy points out, some very occasional times where, because of supply chain or other special circumstances, there might be a truck that rolls up at 3 o'clock in the morning because it's outside of anybody's control, but that's not something that TUV will be penalized for. I don't know if that's acceptable to the board.
I don't mind it. But ironically, just for the record, sounds pretty much like we were proposing in the first place in our initial pass at the conditions. So if you want to up the metric a little bit, we're fine with that, I think. And if you want to, say regular trucks, an individual truck, unscheduled truck delivery notwithstanding or something like that, that's fine with me. But I don't know what the rest of the board thinks of, but it pretty much sounds like what we were driving at in the first place. But
yeah,
fine.
I mean, again, I think that to Russell's point, I think we are just looking to provide a little bit more flexibility, for business reasons, and to not be putting the town in a position where it needs to micromanage operations at this facility.
Mark, I see Rich has got his hand up.
No, I know he does. But I want to get through this first and get through the conditions, and then we'll take Rich's comment.
Okay.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I mean, we picked the hours based on the conversation we had the last time, and the 10% was based on the conversation from the applicant. I can understand that the applicant would like a little more flexibility. I did have the delivery shall occur during normal business hours only. I'd be happy to tweak that and redefine that as regular, on a regular basis, regular deliveries, however you want to phrase that. I think the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. window is a good window to utilize for, not allowing regular deliveries during that time. So I'd be okay with that language. But I do think it's important, and I do think this is going to come up again in the future. So I think it's important we make some parameters around this.
I understood. And I think the board understands as well that, we're just looking to strike a balance here between, allowing this business to function as it needs to while respecting the town's need to be protective of various other interests.
So Johanna, I'm comfortable with that language as discussed with Mark and Cindy and yourself over the past few moments. The only thing I would add is as a goal, TUV, which I know they do, shall provide best efforts to have all trucking activity, which is very little, as Mr. Mitchell testified in the last hearing. It's anywhere from 7 to 14 trucks, I think he said, in a course of a week at most, to schedule all trucking between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. to the best of its ability. And I don't think TUV will have any objection to that. And I appreciate the board being sensitive to that tonight. So thank you.
Yeah, I just, if TUV no longer is the tenant and there's another tenant in there, would we have to revisit that? You're committing TUV to something, but the next tenant may have a different operational need.
Well,
Isn't this being written to be specific to TUV though?
I would like to see it conditioned that if a change of ownership were to take place, or a change of occupancy were to take place, that they would need to come back for a modification.
100%.
We don't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
I think I saw that, and I support you, Mark, on that one. Change of occupant requires resubmission to the board.
Any change of occupant or change of use based on the building inspector's determination. Remember, we get into that gray area.
How about a change of occupant?
Okay, well, then that needs to be tighter, because I think we had change of use.
And we'll get to that when we review the draft decision and the conditions. I will say that is something that we did tweak up a little bit, and we did have it keyed off of the change of use as opposed to the change of occupant. So for example, and I am not saying that I know anything about this, but I mean, if TUV, for example, were acquired or merged with another entity, that theoretically could be triggered by the language the board is suggesting, and I'm not sure that that's the board's intent. I mean, as long as the next occupant, is operating for the same purposes, it agrees to be bound by all of the terms and conditions of this permit. I'm not sure that the board needs to trouble itself with, who the corporate entity is.
That might be the case. We might be able to look at something like that.
Okay.
Johanna, could you do myself and I hope the board a favor? Could you just, narrate the 3 or 4 sentences as you feel we've just discussed on hours and trucking so that we can nod our heads and move on to the next. I think those are big topics, so I just want to make sure everyone's in agreement.
Is that how the board wants to proceed right now?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Regular hours of operation shall be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Business operations before or after such hours shall be no more than 20% of the workforce. Tenants shall use best efforts to limit trucking activity to the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Regular delivery hours shall be, bear with me a moment. That may be sufficient. The tenant will use best efforts to limit trucking activity to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We could add another sentence saying, only occasional deliveries shall be permitted between or shall occur between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
I would strike.
How about regular scheduling of trucks outside of business hours shall be prohibited?
I'm a little wary of the prohibited. I mean, I guess if what we're talking about, because there may be these instances where, as Kathy pointed out, supply chain, et cetera, if we have to take a delivery at 3 o'clock in the morning because that's the only time that it can happen.
That wouldn't be regular scheduling of deliveries, though.
Okay.
That would be the odd one.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So maybe we say regular delivery hours.
During regular business hours.
Would be confined to regular business hours.
I mean, we had talked about, I think a few moments ago of, a prohibition or a limitation so that, we're not, so the hours between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. would not be regular, so maybe we say deliveries will not be scheduled between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. or regular deliveries will not be scheduled between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Or regular deliveries will not occur, regular truck deliveries will not occur between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
That's fine with me.
Wasn't it 7 to 7 were regular business hours for trucking?
Well, what we said was that we would use best efforts to limit trucking activity to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's why I was saying I'm not sure that the final sentence is actually necessary.
Well, board, what do you think?
Good with that.
Where did we finally land on the language on that? Joanna, do you mind just repeating that one more time?
Tenant will use best efforts to limit trucking activity to the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
And just leaving it at that?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, because that does give, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What recourse does that give us if it becomes a problem? I guess that's the flip side question.
Violation of special permit conditions and a $300 fine for each time you fail it, you pay the penalty. And I think we have most bylaws have a $300 penalty. I bet ours does. Does anybody know for sure?
Well, I think the bigger issue, and this I think is to Mark White's point, which is that, it's what would proof of best efforts be, right? Because this is a best efforts clause.
Well, again, I guess the whole intention here isn't to preclude the occasional nighttime delivery because the way the world is. I mean, you just can't plan for every event. I mean, frankly, you probably should never raise the issue in the first place. And then if you need a delivery, you just bring it in and nobody knows.
Well, we didn't want
Say it.
to raise it, but it actually came as a suggested condition from a board member.
Well, then you put in whatever they say and it doesn't make any difference. Really, it's like,
I'm not sure you're supposed to be saying that out loud.
no, I know, but it's the reality. I mean, that's the reality of the world. But so I'm okay with the way, with what you just said. I'm good.
Just,
Okay.
I do this sort of thing for a living, and as a zoning enforcement officer, I'm not driving around at 10 o'clock at night looking for trucks to come into these buildings. But if there's a neighbor who is kept up all night,
Right.
multiple nights a week, then there is some language in the bylaw or language in the decision that allows for some recourse.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to achieve.
I guess
Right.
that was my question is could you act on that? As a building inspector, if we have that language in in this decision, is it actionable? If it
If
is,
they
then
get
I'm good with it.
if they get 3 trucks one week and don't get another truck for, a month, and you get complaints about the 3 trucks in 1 week, is that a violation?
It might be, but if it goes away, then who cares? It's the self-regulating if it's gone. To me, again, what you don't want is this company changes its format and then suddenly decides to work around the clock.
Trucks
And
coming in
having
every
them
night.
show up around the clock and annoy the crap out of some guy who's a light sleeper. And that's what you're trying to avoid. And that,
So as a building inspector, are you comfortable with the term best efforts? Because to me, that feels a little squishy, but,
well, no, I told you what I'd like, which is, regular scheduling of trucks between the hours of 7 PM and 7 AM shall be prohibited. And then you just, okay, well, that we had that one truck, we didn't schedule it. It was a late arrival, or maybe it was that one-time thing. It was not something I'd be doing all the time. Well, okay. Like I said, we can't even get a building inspector to come in 5 days a week. We're not going to get a building inspector 2 in the morning to check on this. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Do we have a higher level of concern with middle of the night disturbing sleep, or getting tangled with homecoming commuter traffic on Codman, Swanson Road?
That's a good question. I don't know if it's in the work.
That would be the thing I'd worry about more is, where do they interact with the residents more?
I'm not speaking on TUV's behalf, but I think it's a challenging argument for any business who's relying on a FedEx or a UPS package to predict their frequencies between 6:30 AM and 8 AM or 4:30 PM and 5:30 PM. We all understand how those trucks operate and how they deliver packages to our homes. It's an interesting concept, Kathleen. It's part of why we came back and just wanted to remove the conditions, because it's difficult to define, it's difficult to enforce. I like the language that we're talking about now, and there's conditions throughout the day that it's just difficult to understand when a truck would come. And I think Cindy just pointed out something very interesting. There will be days that one truck doesn't go to TUV at all. Even a small US postage truck will not go. And I think there's going to be a time, perhaps, and I hope it never happens, that we do get a complaint about a truck, and TUV will say, well, we didn't have a truck come that night. Nobody was in the facility, and it could have just been a noisy truck on 495. It's a very difficult thing, but I am very comfortable with the language that's being proposed by Johanna at this moment in time.
I am too. I just wanted to raise the question about, where our focus should be.
I like Mark Barbara's language better about the prohibition, regularly scheduled truck prohibition, because that's a little more enforceable than a best efforts not to. So I would lean towards that.
So allow me to make 2 suggestions that get at it a different way. I understand the point about best efforts. Obviously, we're comfortable, and there are members of the board who are, but ultimately it's the board's decision. we could say regular truck deliveries will be scheduled between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.
All right, we're good. I'm good with that.
Or, sorry, I'm just going to go complicate it further, but why not? Regular truck deliveries will not be scheduled between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Better still. But we were talking 7 to 7. We're still doing that negotiating.
I'm just trying to think again, you know, it's this flexibility, non-micromanagement. What's really the window where a truck might pitch up here on a regular basis? Again,
7 to 7. That's,
I like the 7 to 7.
let's do 7 to 7. Do we need to vote this? Can we just vote this off and move on?
We could.
Okay, make a motion to just vote on this right now. That language. Read it back one more time.
I don't know if you're talking option 1 or option 2.
Option 2.
Regular truck deliveries will not be scheduled between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m.
Is there a second?
Second,
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. Mark White,
Good eye.
Kathleen Vorse,
Vorse, aye.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Rebecca Werner,
Werner, I.
and Mark Barbadaro, aye. Okay,
Now we can
May I suggest, since the board seems inclined to vote on a few things, we did also just have this discussion about the hours of operation. And I wonder if, since we've been grouping these two together in discussion, if the board might wish to vote on that condition as well.
and you wanted 20% to give more flexibility. I'm okay with that.
6 a.m. to 10 p.m. with 20%.
Okay, so regular hours of operation shall be between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. and staffing of 20% of regular office hours to be expected as a possible, well, I can't say that. Go ahead, John. Lay it out for us.
let Joanna figure it out because she gets paid the big bucks for that.
That's right.
Regular hours of operation shall be 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Business operations before or after such hours shall be limited to 20% of the workforce.
So moved.
Okay, so
Second.
Janet, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, if something is second shift, what are the hours of a second shift operation?
What are typical second shift hours?
Right.
I don't know the answer to that
Well, if
question.
it's 8 hours and you stop at 10 p.m., it'd be 2 o'clock.
I thought they said they don't run 2 shifts. They just have flex shifts.
Right. But the way you're writing this, it could allow.
I don't think that it does.
I thought we were writing it for overnight continuous monitoring of
Yeah,
specific
Let's go.
projects.
it's
Just
not
making
shifts. I mean, so that's why, I mean, you know, Janet asked a question, but I don't think it applies to this, Janet.
I would suggest we leave the 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. hours of operation. And if the entity wants to come back and request a modification of the site plan approval for hours, they can do that.
Right.
I
But we
think the
did,
issue may be the 20% after hours. Is that, Janet, your question?
I was just trying to understand. So we're talking about truck traffic limitations.
No,
but the
no.
way- Okay.
No, now we're talking about hours of operation for employees. The trucks we just resolved with the other vote. Got it?
Janet, you good with that?
So this gives them a 16-hour, if my math is right, 16 hours. So that could be two 8-hour shifts, but we're not calling it a second shift.
Well, we're just saying regular hours of operation.
Yes, I would agree with those hours. And TUV's intent is not for 2 shifts, but TUV does have engineers occasionally coming in from a different facility who will reside here for a short period of time, whether it's 2 weeks or a month, to be conducting an exercise, and they may operate at different hours. I know I operate at different hours than most of the folks in my office. And that 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. has nothing to do with worker shifts. It has to do with flex time. It actually has to do with traffic demand as well. Offering flex time into your employees to not put as much traffic on the street, but it's really providing flexibility to the tenant. It's not about 2 shifts.
Look, it's a testing place. They're gonna have to run tests that take more than 8 hours. I mean, so I don't really have a problem with them.
Johanna, did you have the word occasional in your limitation there?
I did not.
That's a good point.
Maybe if we do that,
The word
then it-
occasional would be useful there, because what it means is you don't intend to do it all the time. They're not
it's
going
not a regular.
right on
yeah.
a regular basis. Throw the word occasional in there and read it back to us, and let's vote.
So are you going to rescind your prior vote on this?
No, we're talking about now. We're
No, no,
talking
I
about
thought
the prior motion. You mean?
I
Yeah.
moved as modified, so I'll withdraw that motion pending a rereading of the wording.
And there was no vote, so the motion is
Was no
withdrawn,
vote.
so
That's right.
that's where we're at.
Regular hours of operation shall be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Occasional business operations before or after such hours shall be limited to 20% of the workforce.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that. So
So
moved.
I'll move it.
Oh, okay, I'll let you move it again. Go.
Okay.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. Kathleen Vorse,
Vorse, aye.
Mark White,
white eye.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Rebecca Berner,
Werner, I.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye.
Good. Now we're getting somewhere.
Slowly,
Oh,
but we're getting somewhere.
bit by bit.
There's a lot of additional conditions to go.
Most won't go this slowly, don't worry.
Yeah. How many more conditions do we have?
There's
to go?
40.
I don't know, like 100?
It's 40.
No, most of them are slam dunks. Let's get through the hard ones. What was the last one? Was the looks of the building? Well, I mean, there was a couple of conditions around that, so let's talk about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the question is the plan acceptable or not acceptable? I mean, I don't know if that's the condition would just be the plan specification, the revision number and whatnot.
Well, because we've asked them to make modifications, and the modification is going to be deemed sufficient, or should we just vote it now and get it hashed out?
I think, why don't we do that? Because it is a hard one. Let's just get it done. So personally, I feel, actually, I shouldn't be saying, I'm the chair. I should keep my mouth shut and let you guys say.
I'm going to say what you were going to say. Personally, I feel that it's good. It's fine the way that it is right now. The modifications, I think, have addressed have mostly addressed what has been requested of them, and that we can all live with it the way that it is.
Kathleen, what do you think?
I move that the modifications presented to this evening's meeting are acceptable to the planning board.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, let's have some discussion on this. Cindy, are you going to be able to feel comfortable with the way the building looks, or do we need more revision to it in your view?
Well, I don't think that the building style is in harmony with the prevailing character and scale of the buildings in the neighborhood, even with the modifications, although I do appreciate the effort that the applicant made. But I am weighing my decision about whether that would prevent me from approving the design. I think the applicant has been fairly adamant that this is the necessary materials. I'm still a little disappointed. I think this thing is going to stick out like a sore thumb, and apologies to the architect. I know you're working very hard to try and make it more compatible, and I do appreciate that. I do think it will not look compatible with the rest of the area, but I am understanding the attempt. So I'm going to hold off on if we're making a vote on that, I'm going to hold off and listen to the rest of the discussion on that issue.
Rebecca, you know, I know what you're going to say, but I need to hear you say it so I understand.
No, I mean, I echo Cindy's opinion on this. So,
Well, then let's vote.
All right. Well, I just also want to weigh in for the record that I'm going to be holding my nose when I vote for this thing, because the points that Rebecca made about the fact that the sides of the building are highly visible and that they are not adequately revised. But I do want to say that they did definitely make the front facade, in my view, look a little better. But form does have to follow function. You're talking about a 40-foot tall building, and it's hard to make a single story 40-foot tall building look like a 3-story building.
Mhm.
And so, you know, it's gonna stick out. But I think we have to kind of roll with the times, so to speak.
I also think that maybe this building won't stick out in the future, that the brick buildings will stick out as the rest of the, valley
Fair
is built. And then, some kind of aesthetic change will have to be made there. And that would be a perfect place to sponsor a mural or some other artistic presentation in the area. So what looks like a bad thing now could become a very good thing.
I agree. Cindy.
Yeah, I did have a question regarding the landscaping. It wasn't clear to me if these are deciduous trees or evergreen trees, and perhaps the board could include a condition that in the defoliate conditions, if the appearance, and I don't know how this is a subjective determination, but we might request additional screening of trees if the board felt that during the defoliate season, the building was still not adequately screened.
I'm really personally not a big fan of making conditions where you come back afterwards and say it's not good enough. It really just rubs me the wrong way, and it just sounds like a prescription for litigation.
So is there the potential to make, and again, I haven't analyzed the landscape plan in full, but it looked like some of those trees would be defoliate in the winter. But let me ask the applicant can you describe the landscape plan and whether or not those trees will stay green during the winter months or provide coverage during the winter month?
Sure, Cindy. There's a combination of both evergreen and deciduous trees that exist on the property. Today, there's more deciduous trees along the street-facing piece of the site than evergreens. There's more evergreens on the sides and in the back. As part of our proposal, we've put most of our efforts of planting in front of those walls, okay, with quite a few evergreen trees, which is what we've done in our business parks elsewhere, in Watertown, in Middleborough, in Stoughton, and other parks, where we've broken up walls that have functionalities behind them that have blank details. We've put clustered landscape materials in front of them, and that's what this plan shows. The other thing that this plan has going for itself is the way the park has been built and the way Beaverbrook Road has been built. It's nearly impossible to see the facades from the street, the side facades from the street, just due to the viewpoints from either someone walking down the pedestrian path or traveling through a motor vehicle. The contours of the site and the vegetation of the site offer very limited sight lines to the side elevations where the labs are located. And so that's a little bit of commentary there. And here's a detail which we, I think this board may know, and I don't mean it in a disrespectful way whatsoever. I actually mean it in somewhat of a pleasing way. But Kathleen mentioned something earlier that strikes a chord. we are absolutely delighted that we have TUV. We're absolutely delighted we have Intel. If Intel didn't leave Hudson and sell its facility and land here, we would have been removing Building 500 from this site. So Building 500 is not a building that has a desirability in the Northern 495 market any longer. We are delighted that about a third of that building has computer labs in it, and it fits Intel's uses. But that building could have been 3 TUVs, and that was our master plan prior to Intel coming along. So these things do change. These parks will change over time, and I'm just making that point as a point of observation.
Thanks.
So can I just ask Rebecca, because she is our resident landscape architect, about the screening and whether she thinks there's any additional screening that might be useful at this point, because I haven't really studied the landscape plan in that depth.
We could look at it right now, maybe Cindy, if you want to, if it can be pulled up, perhaps. They're proposing a fair number of trees go back in there, but they are going to go in much smaller than how they're being rendered in plan. So it's going to take a fair amount of time for them to grow in and do the screening that's being suggested. I can't recall exactly what if there's evergreens. I'm hearing Russ say that there's evergreens on the side, but without looking at the plan, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. But it would be a good idea to probably have evergreens on some of those blank walls. Unless we look at the plan, I don't know.
Can we separate that from the original motion and then talk about the landscaping separately? Because it's kind of like a whole nother thing, right?
Well, in my mind, better landscaping might incline me to vote in favor of the motion if we're comfortable with the landscape screening. So I don't think you can disconnect them.
No, I think Mark's point is that assuming that you could put some more evergreens in, would you vote for the structure? Because that's what I think Mark was saying. Is that what you meant, Mark?
No, I was saying let's vote on the structure as it stands on its own, and then when we get to the landscaping, they say, well, throw a couple of trees in there, and then we'll feel better about it. Then we cross that bridge when we come to it. But we're coming up now. It's 10 minutes before 10.
I agree. Let's not dally.
10 minutes before 10 new time.
Yeah.
10 minutes before 11.
Right, I'm
Regular.
still
Body clock the other day time.
Right.
Let's either go to the landscape plan and finish this, or I don't care. Do we want to pull up the landscaping plan?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have a few exhibits we can pull up, and we'll just do it real quickly.
Okay.
I want you to go to the
So Cindy, I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like they've got both white spruce and eastern white pine along that edge. Do you want me to open this up for people?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So in that rendering, those are all
60-foot tall trees.
Those are all deciduous trees, all right?
So if you look at the lower left-hand corner, you can try to envision that's the existing vegetation today. Same with the smaller insert on the right, and then there's the building on the set behind them. If you look to the right, Jeffrey, you could put the cursor right here. These are the new evergreen trees and deciduous trees that are being put closer to the building in front of the wall. Okay, that is in question. And Jeffrey, if you could go to the slide of the other side, it moved down in the presentation. This is the other side of, well, this is not a good slide. Do we have one other slide on this side? We have that. So we didn't have a great photograph, but there's a pine, this is on the side facing building 500. There's a pine tree in front of you. There's a couple of more pine trees behind that. There's some deciduous trees, and that's the photograph. And off to the right would be the building, and the building has an obstructed view to the front, And then a lot of the existing vegetation you don't get to see. You could go to the next slide.
Yeah.
This slide here shows that the office space is, the transfer from the office space to the lab space is about 265 feet from the street. And the elevation change from the street to that point is about 12 to 13 feet high. So you have a different piece, and the upper one is the piece that faces building 500, and the lower one is the piece that faces the wood area and the truck areas in the back. So that just gives you a sense of combination of new lower trees and a combination of the existing trees that are remaining. All of the dark trees are the existing trees, as well as some of the lighter ones, but all the smaller ones are new. So those are depicted directly off the plan. If you could go to the plan, Jeff, where Rebecca was going just a minute ago there. So all of the green trees exist, and all of the purple trees are new. And, we're trying to work around utilities on, Jeff, if you could put your cursor here. This is where the electric and water and sewer come in and out of the building. So you can see the transformer right here. So we do have some utilities here, but there's a preponderance of both deciduous and evergreen trees here. And then there's a preponderance of deciduous and evergreen trees here. All the green here and over here all remain in their mature existing state.
So the evergreens are going in at 8 to 10 feet tall, Cindy. And I can't, well, actually I could probably annotate here, but I can't annotate on this thing again.
And some of those are white pines. Don't those grow up and not out so much?
They grow
Right.
quickly.
And so you'll end up with a tree on a stick kind of look, right? So it's maybe not going to do screening in a long time. And in the short term, it's going to be pretty low to the ground and not as shown in the elevations. That's a pretty mature planting that was shown. So 8 to 10 for the pine trees.
So is there another recommended screening tree like arborvitae or something that might provide more screening?
Or a spruce, maybe like a Norway's or something like that could do a lot more screening. They're wide.
I have no issues putting in Norway spruces and blue spruces, and certainly if there's any white pines in here, Rebecca, we're happy to take those out. In another business park in the Commonwealth, we just installed a whole host of very healthy 10-foot Norway spruces to our abutters' delight, and happy to do it here.
That's great. So I'm looking at this a little bit closer, but yeah, I guess we could probably, Cindy, if they're willing to swap the pines with a Norway spruce, that would probably be a good solution. It would help.
I'm sorry, could you just sort of point out where those are on that plan, where the pines are?
I can't annotate, but if I can share my screen, I can annotate.
Okay.
We can see where you're going with the
No,
cursor.
it's essentially the smaller circles, Cindy, where the cursor is. The smaller circles are the pine trees, and the larger circles are the deciduous trees.
Okay.
So there's not a lot of evergreen, Cindy, along like the northern side of this plan.
The front of the building.
I'm just looking at the scale of these things. Are these being shown as maybe like 8 feet across or something, 10 feet across maybe?
I think they're about 8 or 9 feet. I'm just looking at a parking space. But I think the idea of going from white pines to Norway pines is a very good suggestion, and happy to do it. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trees on the left-hand side of the building that are evergreen. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deciduous, and I'm looking at 6 existing trees. There's that's just in the in the ground cover area in front of the building. And as you drive down the street, you're looking past another 20 to 40 trees that obscure your view to something that is about 260 feet from the street, almost the length of a football field. And it goes up 12 feet. So, you know, we're sort of looking at this, you know, if in somewhat of a very isolated view. And I think this is an ambitious landscape plan that the board would be thrilled with when it's completed.
So Russ, just for clarification, you're going to swap both the PGs and the PS out for Norway spruce?
I'm not looking at the legends of PGs and PSs, but
Sorry, there is a white spruce that's shown up, and there's a eastern white pine.
yeah, I thought we were talking about the white pines. I think we like the spruces.
Just wanted to get the clarification. And then 8 to 10 feet is a decent tree for sure, but the height of the building, I don't know if we want to bump the sizing of those up at all. Cindy, I'm just speaking to your concern about the side of the
It's going to be 40 feet high, right? To the roof. Is that correct, Russ? 40 feet?
That is correct.
Okay, and you're planting these at 8 to 10 feet?
Yes.
And what's the typical height growth of those?
They'll get big. They will get big over time.
My experience is that the obscuring of the view occurs when the massing of trees is closest to the location of the viewer. So if you have a whole perimeter of large trees, that's an assortment of both deciduous and evergreen, then the people from the apartment buildings, the people in the office building across the street, the people in the office building up the road are going to see those, and they will obscure the building. Maybe not perfectly, but to my mind, adequately, giving your plantings that I do like your specifications on, but giving them time to grow. I don't think we have to bring in 20-foot trees or that kind of extraordinary measure to have a satisfactory planting plan.
Yeah, and thank you. I would also add that this building cannot be seen from any residential property. I just want to be crystal clear on that. This building is about more than half a mile away from any residential property.
So if we were to make those swaps that you just discussed, and then there was some discussion that's still about suggestion for drought tolerant plants, but I'm not sure how do we memorialize those suggestions that we wanted to accept. I just want to be able to make sure that we are comfortable.
Russ explained that and I had already noted that they are using a lot of native plants and more drought sensitive plantings as well. And he said that they were basically willing to do 30%. I believe you said, Russ, 30% increase in drought tolerant ground covers over lawn area.
Correct.
So there'll be lawn in between, is that correct? And I guess we never talked about the irrigation aspect. Is this going to tie into your existing irrigation system? And is that using gray water? Where's that water coming from? Do you have separate irrigation wells?
Currently, the irrigation is from wells on site, okay? And this will be tied into the master irrigation system for the park. That is correct.
And those are separate from your other wells, is that correct? Not your...
I don't know the answer to that, so I don't want to say one way or the other how that works. I believe it's a separate irrigation well, but I don't know that convincingly.
Well, let's get back to the plan here. What do we have the trees that make this as palatable as we could reasonably make it?
My only other comment would be the trees along Beaver Brook Road that Russ was showing. They they didn't look particularly great, but again, I'm not versed in that area, but some of them looked a little skimpy, but they just might be healthy, or maybe that's just how they're growing out. I don't know. But Rebecca, did you have any other comments about the trees along Beaver Brook there?
No, I didn't have any more.
Okay.
I think they've got a fairly decent palette out there, honestly. I think that, changing this out to Norway is probably a good idea. Yeah.
Okay.
There's still a motion on the floor. A motion that was seconded.
Can you restate the motion, please?
Joanna?
It was to design of the building, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It was. I think it was a motion to accept the design of the building as shown in the modified plans presented by the applicant this evening.
Tonight, yeah.
Was that Kathleen's motion and Mark's second?
Yes.
Was.
Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion on that? Okay. Not hearing none. Let's hold a vote. So, Mark White.
White eye.
This is a majority vote, by the way. Kathleen Vorse
Vorse, aye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, nay.
Rebecca Vernon.
Turner, nay.
Okay. Okay. Well, the motion carries. All right. So now, Johanna, would you mind bringing us back through the rest of the decisions, the rest of the conditions?
Let's do it.
And let's see if maybe, hopefully we just breeze right through.
Good luck.
Okay.
Come on now.
Wow, that was optimistic. Let's go, team.
Just kidding. Just
Breeze
kidding.
right through them, yeah.
Just kidding.
All right. I can't tell if, I thought I was sharing my screen, but that's okay.
If you're ready to hit new share, well, we can drop ours.
Okay. Let's see if we've got. Do we have my screen here?
Yep.
Yes.
With the document on it? Okay. Okay, so would you like to look, how would the board like to do this? I think we had gotten as far as the list of exhibits.
Yeah, that's progress.
It's not no progress. And I think someone had noted accurately that this list does need to be updated because we do have some additional submissions that have been made since the draft of this document.
I had a question that I kept bumping into that I'd like to get a direct answer to. The applicant has said that they want to put solar on the building. And in the most recent draft, I think it was an accompanying letter, they qualified it tonight for the first time by saying, so long as they can get credits that make it feasible to do so. So it became much more tentative to me, reading some of the enclosures that were submitted tonight. They have made representations that they will not use natural gas. And they have made representations that there will be limited use of generators, all in accordance with the law. My question is, what do they plan to heat this thing with from day one? Oil?
Geothermal.
That's
Have
not
existing.
correct, Mark. It's not geothermal. This building is an electric heat pump system. This building is a non-fossil fuel building. So the energy source is electric. And that's been presented to the board, and happy to talk about it again.
I understand that it's been presented as that, but you've also said that the solar may not be there fully functioning on day one. In fact, in all likelihood, it will not be.
We've never indicated that solar would be there on day one. What we've requested is that the tenant shall have 3 years from substantial completion of the building to install the solar array.
That's what I understand. So how do heat pumps work from day one? Or are you just going to use regular heat pumps that are not solar powered?
The solar power is not for the energy in the building. The electric service to the building will heat and cool the building.
Okay.
Okay.
You answered my question then. Thank you.
Russ, I have a question though. So you're
Sure.
using air source heat pumps?
That's correct.
When I talked about where they would be located on the building, what did you tell me?
The heat pumps themselves are inside the buildings, and the compressor equipment is on the roof.
Okay, so they're rooftop units. Okay, I thought I asked that very question and you said that they weren't up there. Okay,
No, they've been on the rendering for day one on the roof,
okay,
as well as the solar panels.
okay.
Did we also lose Rich Gazzardi in our,
No, he's here.
but he had a question at some point.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him talk at the end, but we're gonna get through
Yeah,
this.
I don't
first.
think he's gonna last to the end, Marks, because he's gonna fly, so you might want to see if he wants to,
Well, if his comment was pertinent to what we were talking about, and we're already moving on.
Rich, if your comment was pertinent, raise your hand and maybe you'll get a chance. I don't think he's on anymore, actually. I think he's
I saw him on there.
No,
I saw him just a second ago.
Would be nice to move through the conditions.
yeah, no, forget it. He's gone.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Rich.
So are we going to complete Kathy's question was about this sort of caveat about the solar installation. You want to address that now, Kathy?
Well, but my question was more to what was going to be the means of heating, and I was just told that it was the air exchange heat pumps as opposed to solar having something to do with running the heat pumps day one.
Right. So the solar does not have anything to do with the heat pumps can operate without that. But I guess your other point was that there's now a caveat about solar may or may not be installed if the federal state incentives are available. So
Financial feasibility.
right. So that is new information to the board. But we're jumping ahead, so we can talk about it now, I guess. But so if there's financial terms are not acceptable to the tenant, then we may not see a solar facility at this facility at this building.
I'm not comfortable with that. It was something that we've been discussing as happening for, within a 3-year period.
What's your alternative, Russ?
Can we share our screen, Jeff?
Sure, I share as I can.
So I just want you to pull up the solar plan. So TUV is committed to a sustainability platform, and this is the plan of.
Oh, we can't say we're viewing Joanna's screen.
Okay, now you can, I think.
Now you can do it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a plan. TUV has been working with Solar Select out of Hopkinton. This is the plan for, I believe it's 185 kW array. Jeffrey, if you could take your mouse and show in the middle here, where the mouse is where the HVAC equipment for the building will be located. And we've maximized the ability to put panels on the roof to the maximum location. The panels will have a 5-degree tilt to them, with the lowest stanchion being about 30 inches off the roof and the higher stanchion being about 4.5 feet off the roof. We've lowered the roof 18 inches to use the best available screening from the street. We believe that these panels will not be seen. If you could go to the 3D rendering, Jeffrey.
This one?
The axonometric, okay. This one. So if you look at the lower image, this was the original piece. The roof was a straightforward gravel stop at the edge. And then if you look at this one, the roof is set down 18 inches. Now, if you could go to the street views. And before you go, the HVAC equipment is located. I think there may be a couple of more boxes on the roof for the heat pump condensers, but they're located there. And then when you go to the street view, these street views right there to the front, all that equipment is in this imagery and you can't see it from the street because the roof is set down 18 inches and the setback to the equipment and the visual sight lines obscure the equipment not being seen. So if you could just go back to the solar piece. So the real key here is, and I have, you know, the leadership team from TUV is with us. When we went through this submission after the last meeting, TUV has represented that they're committed to doing solar. And with the recent increase in interest rates and a variety of things, if this is a 9% loan to install, you know, $1 million of solar array and there's no incentive available, I think TUV needs to put its hard-earned money into its business and into the community as a tax revenue and have the opportunity to postpone this if it's not in a financial environment that makes sense for them. So that was the request. But TUV is committed. There's a design here that we've worked into the building. We've already structurally designed this into the building, into the roof drainage system, into the heat pump system, and into the electric system. It's been a lot of effort here.
So what makes this financially viable, Russ? What is the dollar value that makes it financially viable?
I don't have that dollar value available to me, but we could find out from TUV. You know, there could be a situation that the conditions I just mentioned, TUV would be in a position to make this work.
Well, I'm just thinking if they're willing to spend X amount of money on renewable energy, if they spent it elsewhere on renewable energy, if it wasn't, they weren't getting the equivalent credits, you know, renewable energy is renewable energy, whether it's on the roof or it's on somebody else's system.
Yeah.
Like if they gave it to me, Mark?
That's what I was thinking, a Mark White, you know, solar farm, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, Russ, I'm up for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boy. Do we, can we make that a requirement? Can we require somebody to put solar on a building? Under what condition or what? How do we justify that you have to put solar on your building?
We look at special permit criteria and decide if on balance the project is beneficial or detrimental, and then we would decide whether or not it's beneficial or detrimental without renewable energy to help offset its carbon footprint. I'm not saying it's the greatest argument, but it is an argument.
But they've already built the whole time. We've been discussing this the entire process.
Well, we have, but I mean, it's just a part of I mean, you've made them do other things too. And so, I mean, there's trade-offs. So, I mean, to say that they must do it or we won't give you a permit, I'm just trying to understand what gives us the right to deny them a permit for this one thing. And
grab the special permit criteria and
yeah, you said on balance, okay? And so the question is, you know, how much do they have to tip the balance? How much, I mean, because at some point it feels to me extortive, that's all. On balance. On balance is what, 1 pound heavier than if not?
Yeah. Well, read the criteria. I'm trying to pull it up now.
Yeah, well, that's why I want somebody to quote me chapter and verse on this one so that I can understand. I mean,
well, the stretch code, I don't have the language for the stretch code, but the specialized code, if the town votes that, would certainly push them towards a net zero building. So again, it's our goal to try and steer applicants to do these things because it's, it's stated, it's policy at the state, federal, and, some of it is at the local level.
To require it or to
Policy,
encourage
it's
it?
not a requirement. It's not in our bylaw.
To encourage it. And it's been presented to us as if it was, a major part of their pitch. And then to have it qualified tonight, it kind of brought me up short. So.
Well, I can certainly understand those positions, and I can just say that many things in the economic environment of real estate values, taxation, construction projects have changed in recent months. And I'm not using that as a viability for changing other things. I think, the level of opening up impervious, not using gas, natural fuels, dealing with high energy efficiency buildings, lighting systems, LED lights. I mean, I think on all of the sustainable goals, this project has gone its full distance to achieve them. And nobody's backing off this commitment. We're just making sure that we're in a financial environment that we don't get upside down, and we're putting solar on here, which I would agree is not required. It's encouraged, and we're really working hard to do it. But if it's in a financial situation that just doesn't make sense, we need the opportunity to delay it until it can make sense.
And the next 24 hours of voting may make all the difference in the world.
Well, I think, to me, like I said, Russ, if it's a number, then I'd like to know what the number is. And then if that's the case, then maybe you can purchase green energy. There's things that can be done.
Yeah, I have not discussed the financial value with our tenant. We're just trying to build some flexibility into this initiative that was presented and encouraged, and believe me, the tenant wants to do it.
Well, we want to build surety into our decision, not flexibility.
Can we write a condition that,
Can we
provides
put this condition till the end and see how far we get with everything else?
I feel this is important to talk about. I mean, we've shifted gears here at the last minute, and this might actually weigh into how people look at the rest of it. I mean, if this is coming out at this point in some form, then, is that going to weigh any other decisions?
Meeting with the sustainability committee in this week, and if this disappears, boy, they're going to be so mad. They're just going to be mad.
No one's saying it's disappearing. It's just looking for an appropriate financial vehicle to achieve its goal. And I do, in all respect, challenge the board that this solar installation is in the mission statement of TUV. It's in their sustainability goals, and I don't believe that it's mandated by the town. And we want to install it, but we need to have some flexibility on its financial terms.
Isn't that why we were doing a 3-year period, to give that flexibility?
No, there's no way I could ever get this on the building within 2 years. If you've ever been involved in the planning in the procurement of the products for a solar array, I couldn't get this on the building and going for the opening date. Okay. Then the question would be, is it sometime within the first 5 years? I think TUV would agree to the first 5 years. My personal opinion is I think TUV will be putting this thing on within the first 18 months. But they need to have financial flexibility.
can we keep the 3-year requirement and then modify it if it's approaching the year 3 and they're not ready to do it yet? Is that a possible flexible option?
I think that's very reasonable, Cindy.
That sounds like a way out.
And is that something that would need to come back to the board for a vote, or is that something that could be handled by the planning staff administratively?
How are we going to know it's going to be done? That's what I want to know. So if we don't put it in writing, then how do we know it's going to be done?
So you say it'll be done within 3 years, but we might choose to extend that under certain circumstances. So what?
I think they come back to us for an extension, just like a developer would come back. They haven't completed their project yet. And the permit was going to expire. They request a modification or extension.
But usually they don't get their permit unless this thing is, the horse is out of the barn already. So if you want to make sure that it happens eventually, how do you do that? The thing is that it's to their benefit to have the solar array as well. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They put solar up there. If they can offset the cost and be net positive on that, then that's makes sense for them. And then they don't have to come fight us for a permit to put solar on their roof. This way it's all taken care of and they can do it whenever they get around to it. But I don't know, to make them.
Mark, your point's well taken. There's no incentive for TUV and actually for anyone else to be selling power at this size back to the grid through Littleton Light and Power. It's actually an upside down formula. Just the investment for the sale price back to Littleton Light and Power is about almost a 20-year payback. This power is strictly in line with the electric energy source for the heat pumps in the building for the heating and air conditioning product. All this generated solar electric power will stay within this facility. None of it will leave. It will stay here. It'll be used by the facility. It makes total sense. That electric heat pump decision was made in tandem of them putting solar on the building. It's strictly a financial window, and I think Cindy's proposed something here that the tenant come back to the board in 3 years and give them an update of the whys and where we are with it, and perhaps maybe we're not coming back. Maybe the thing's installed. I don't think
there's no hook for us.
Away from this.
The point is, there's no hook for you guys for them to do it. And if the financial markets aren't favorable in 3 years, then you just extend it continually. So, could the board consider a performance bond? Is that an option, or is that out of whack? Some kind of a bond?
As long as electricity is cheap and solar arrays are expensive, there's not much, and they don't get money from the government or the state for doing it, then they won't want to do it. If electricity goes up in price, then they'll do it. They'll want to do it. So it is a market-driven decision. Well, yeah. How do you push it down the road then? Come on, somebody's got to think of something here.
Well, I guess that my question is, it seems to me that the language that the board is unhappy with is, if you could, no, you're not seeing my screen, is that provided that federal and state financial incentives are available. I think the board previously indicated that it might be comfortable with 3 years from substantial completion of the building to put the solar array on for the reasons that Russell described, which is that, syncing it up with the construction of the building and then sourcing and installing the materials would take, up to 3 years. If we just leave it at 3 years from substantial completion, and then we have, and I think I'm going to try to share my screen if we don't need to keep seeing the schematic. I mean, what if we just took out this highlighted language and then we've got to notify the board? As with any other condition, if we're not able to complete it within the 3 years, we would have to come back for a modification.
I'm good with that. That's what's bugging me right now, is you say, hey, if I don't feel like it, because I don't get enough of an incentive, well, there's no metrics defined for that. There's no dollar value placed on the system. So there's no way to quantify it. It's really just a subjective thing that the applicant, what he feels like. Nah, I don't feel like it's enough. I'm not going to do it. So if you just strike that and you make them come back in and say, we can't do it, so we'd like something else, that's fine with us. Because like I said, you can turn your problem into a financial one, just buy solar from a green dealer or, do something else.
Do we have to memorialize that here though, Mark? I mean, in the event that.
No, just take out the provision.
Just take it out now and then they come back.
Solar in 3 years. That's just, we will do it. And if not, we will have to amend the special permit.
So I guess the question is, given the state of the financial markets, et cetera, do we want to build into this, tenant can come back for a modification of this time frame? Do we want to make that explicit?
Come back within 3 years if you need a modification.
All right, but if we're discussing a modification in a year and a half, we have no, what's our modification? They said they're not going to put it on the roof. We have teeth at that point to require something else. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, no, if you take out the proviso, then they have to do it, or they're in violation in 3 years, or they can come back and get a modification. So
the modification might just be extended another 3 years. End of story. No.
The modification should be what we choose it to be.
At that time.
The modification could be a substitution.
Okay.
Like I said, I'd be willing to substitute some other green thing.
Well, that's what I'd like to put in there, it's something about, alternate measures may be evaluated at that time, just because if they come back to the site, to the planning board 3 years from now, and they say we weren't able to do it, too bad, sorry, we can't. We don't have anything that says you got to do something else. So I'd like to have an alternative, I guess, in here, if that's what your intention. Is that reasonable to add language that says, in the event that the applicant is unable to do this, they will come to the board for a modification and evaluate other alternatives, or something like that? Just
what would make this unable to happen? I mean, they've got a design in front of us tonight. Here, they're working with a consultant company. Why wouldn't this be able to happen other than a financial?
The product's not available.
Well, I think it's a financial issue, but I think it's also, it could be a supply chain issue. It could be, we've seen unprecedented circumstances in the last couple of years, that have affected all sorts of construction. So hopefully nothing like that happens again, but we know that
the building's going to take probably at least, would it be a 2-year process of building this thing, or a year process of building? I don't know, probably 2, right? And then you have 3 years on top of that. So in 5 years, we think we couldn't get an order in for some solar on this. You have the design in place.
As Russell said, I think that in all likelihood, this gets done and it's not an issue at all, right? I think we're talking about contingencies, and I think, we, speaking on TUV's behalf, we're looking for some cover in the event that, the financing of these things goes upside down. We understand that that's not something that the board is comfortable with. We're happy to take out the provided that language. And I think the question is the board comfortable with the remainder of the condition without that provided that language? And if it happens that, at the end of 3 years, it's not possible, then as with any other permit condition that an applicant is unable to satisfy, they'd have to come back for a modification. And I'm not sure that we necessarily need to figure that out now.
You would strike the if part, the when dash if as well?
Well, I think we'd want to keep the when, right?
Yeah, I think we want to keep that that sentence. That's providing us information about what they're able to construct.
You don't
It
want
sound
to
like
keep if on this thing, right? You don't want if they.
That's what
It's
I'm
just the if,
saying.
but I think we want to keep the when was my point.
When, yes, yeah, the if part was what I was mentioning.
Yeah. Okay, well, it sounds like you're willing to strike provided that up through tenant and then strike if.
Correct.
The board might be satisfied with that language, yes? If others feel that we're covered, that a modification this would dictate a modification. I just want to make sure that's the hook. They have to come back for a modification.
I think that's acceptable to the applicant. I appreciate that language, Cindy.
So strike provided that federal and state are available. Somebody gonna live edit this or? Okay.
I have this up as a red line, so I'm not live editing it, but I can try to switch this out. Is that the board's practice, is to do a live edit of the decision? I thought I would just revise it and send it back to you, but
that's fine.
That works too.
So you'll strike that and you'll strike the if.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I'm sorry, is the board comfortable that this is enough with that, just that language taken out, that they will have to come back for a modification because this is a condition? Mark, Kathy?
Brighten up this term because I don't like it. So just give me a second. Okay, how about this? Within 3 years, and Johanna's going to make it sound better and more legalese, but within 3 years, the applicant shall install a solar array as depicted upon the plans, referenced and whatnot. In the event that the solar array cannot be installed, the applicant it cannot be installed, the applicant within a 3-year period, the applicant shall be required to apply for and receive an amendment to the decision that satisfies the planning board.
We'll make it a green initiative amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to have something equivalent or something. Equivalent.
Oh, I mean, now you just left it to the planning board. I mean, that's good enough. I mean, they got to give you something. You decide if it's green or not. Maybe we need new sewer system. I mean,
We're losing solar altogether on that.
don't all these solar arrays come from China?
Oh, don't even go down that road.
Well, that's the thing. If all our manufacturing moved off to China, maybe in 3 years we won't even be able to buy them.
Uh-oh.
There's alternative energy options too, other than solar.
Yeah, if you guys come up with a nuclear reactor instead, we'd be okay with that.
I would actually. I'm pro-nuke. Anyways, I don't want to get off topic.
Yeah.
Get this done. It's too late.
Does that work? I'm okay with those words.
Can we read it one more time and see if we can get a motion out of it, please?
Johanna's or mine?
Johanna, did you clean it
I
up?
thought you were going to amalgamate them somehow or ask Johanna to make it sound legalese.
I was trying to pull up a draft of this to be editing in real time as the board requested. So I have not redrafted Mark's suggested condition. But I think he said something like, within 3 years of substantial completion of building 400, the tenant shall install the solar array as shown on the plans If such array cannot be installed within said 3-year period, applicant shall return to the planning board for a modification of this decision.
Pretty much.
Is there something, what did I miss?
Nothing. It's just, a modification to the satisfaction of the planning board, something like that.
Isn't it automatically to the satisfaction of the
say-
planning board because you have to approve it?
That goes
All right,
without
fair
saying.
enough.
And
Fair enough.
do we want it a green modification or,
Is that a defined term within your bylaw?
I'm not using it as a bylaw term, but I
guess I just don't know what a green modification is.
meaning something that enhances, the environmental conditions,
We do have a sustainability policy in town, so we could say something, with the goal towards achieving additional sustainability,
Good, Cindy. I like your wording. Yeah.
in accordance with the sustainability policy of the town, something like that. With the goal of, I want to give ourselves some flexibility there, but
The other thing is the reality is that this is something that may be 5 years from now, and we don't necessarily know what the menu of sustainability items might be at that time or what the town's policy might be at that time. For example, I understand that the state is sort of moving away from encouraging solar installations in favor of other sustainability measures. So it's an evolving space is all I'm saying.
right, but I don't want to lose any effort towards, the appeal of solar is that it's a sustainability measure that's going to help reduce our carbon footprint.
So shall seek a sustainable modification or something like that.
No, just leave it to the planning board at the time.
I agree. We're adding words that we don't need to add. I think.
Keep it simple. Well, when in doubt, keep it simple.
I would stay with Joanna's original write-up as we discussed.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Just deleting the
Just
text
deleting
and
the
not
word
adding
that
it.
we talked about, yeah.
Okay.
So, if we could get that one more time, then I'm going to make a motion to approve it.
What decision number was that, Johanna?
Condition 19.
Maybe-
Hang on, I'll put my screen back up.
What time is it?
So I'm sorry, I thought I heard someone say we want to go back to the original, or are we going back to Mark's edit?
No, yours. But you just heard that they want yours, and that's what they want to see.
Mark said it that you read back to us.
Oh, Mark's edit that I wrote.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
So I liked this one personally, but
Which
Well,
I like the one
I'm
that's in
here,
front
I'm
of us.
here to serve the board, however you all want to do it.
You're a good sport, Johanna.
I don't get to make the decisions. I'm just the scrivener at this point.
Well, the only difference is one calls you to come back for a site modification and and this doesn't. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
So we can add it at the end.
Yeah, I would just.
When installed, they advise. If it cannot be installed, then they come back for modification.
Yeah, right. I agree.
Gee, Tracy, you're going to miss us, aren't you?
Stretch code. Check.
Okay, where are we headed now?
Gonna move it, Mark?
Sure. I'm gonna move it, I'm gonna move to approve, decision number 19 as amended, here in our meeting, in front of us.
Second,
Any discussion? Hearing none. Kathy Boyce,
Morse, aye.
Cindy Markowitz,
Margaret, aye.
Rebecca Werner,
Werner, aye.
Mark White,
Aye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Okay,
Slugging away.
I mean, some of these are easy, but I think we've hit some of the hot button ones.
Well, how about this? I mean, are we all familiar with what these say? Because I mean, I read them all, and I only flagged the ones that bug me, and I'm sure you guys have yours. So why don't we just pick the ones that we got to talk about them, and maybe we'll get out of here in 20 minutes. But I doubt it.
Number 3, anyone have any issues with number 2?
It's kind of the way we do the consent agenda at town meetings, you know?
Yeah, I have a comment on number 3. So the Board of Health has a stormwater bylaw under our general bylaws, and the planning board administers a stormwater bylaw under our general bylaws. So I don't like this language because this only references the Board of Health stormwater bylaw. It should be singular. So either change the language to say the general bylaws related to stormwater discharges and construction and post-construction, or, somewhere. We have 2 stormwater bylaws, is my point. One administered by the Board of Health, one administered by the planning board.
Well, they have to meet all the Board of Health's criteria and other criteria in our decision. So why don't we put in the stuff that meets our criteria?
why don't we just say that the stormwater bylaw of the town of Boxborough?
Agreed.
Yeah, works for me.
Then as bylaws,
Yes.
keep it plural. Yeah. Sorry, so keep the S, please.
It looks like we have plural Boxboroughs too.
Yeah, we have one too many S's.
No, that's just the track changes. That was the
Okay.
S from the bylaws.
Okay, great. Okay.
Number 6. I just felt a little uncomfortable with the notion that there would be any exterior product testing.
Right, the applicant represented there would not be any. I put this in just to kind of, I think that I might have had this in even before the last meeting when they said there would not be any. So should we just limit it to
How about
no?
just strike exterior and just say that's
Or-
audible? If it's a sound issue,
Well, the DEP guidelines are 10 dBA at the property line or something, so it's not,
yeah, but what's our bylaw? Noiseless.
essentially noiseless, that's true.
Yeah. But then again, if it's in the bylaw, why do we need to do it? If you want to say
Right.
no exterior testing, then say no exterior testing. If you want to talk about sound, then sound, any testing, interior or exterior, you just say any testing shall be noiseless.
Well, interior, you don't care. If it's noisy inside, what do we care?
Right.
It's only if it's noisy outside, so.
Yeah, but if you're testing exterior to the building,
Yeah.
What are you releasing by way of a byproduct into the environment, or, where is it going to be exterior to the building? I just feel really uncomfortable with exterior product testing.
So how about there shall be no exterior product testing, period?
Period.
That's what I was.
That's what you're trying
Yeah.
to say there, I guess.
Right.
And then 7, it looks like you have an H instead of 2 L's. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a typo. And then I had asked about the irrigation wells. So there are no proposed irrigation wells as part of this project? Do I understand that correctly?
Does the Board of Health even have regulations for irrigation wells? They don't issue well permits typically for irrigation wells.
We might have regulations.
Who's the ones that dictate what are drought days and water use limitation days? Is it Neshoba or is it the state?
But usually it's the water purveyor, but if it's not the water purveyor, I could only imagine be the Board of Health. Since we don't have a water purveyor.
Yeah, well, that would be good if they got to call the shots on, you know, when you can't water your lawn because of existing drought conditions.
Our well regulations that are administered by the Board of Health say no irrigation well shall be permitted without the written approval of the water district or water department if the property is served by a public water supply. And then there's requirements for an irrigation well, and
No, I was wrong about those. Okay.
yeah, so it's in our well regulations. So I guess my question was, did the applicant propose an irrigation well as part of this project?
We did not, Cindy.
So you would just tie into existing irrigation system. So do we even need this?
Somewhere it said the site is serviced by an array of wells, ponds, and there was a third thing. So, I mean, I guess you could get your water out of the pond and not have an irrigation well.
Well, if there is no irrigation well for the project, then do we need, I mean, do we need this clause?
I will admit that this was something that I saw appear in several of your prior decisions, which is why it is included in this draft. It may not be necessary.
If it's redundant, the worst thing it does is use up ink. So
I'd like to
let's just
keep
move
it.
on.
Okay,
Yeah.
so keep it.
On number 10, all utilities should be underground and shown on the as-built plans. Because we do ask for as-built plans at some point.
We do, and I believe that that's the utility information is addressed later on when we have a condition requiring as-built plans. So
Okay.
yeah, prior to certificate of occupancy, applicant shall provide to the building inspector and planning board in hard copy and electronic format final as-built plans showing the location of all buildings and structures, edges of pavement, driveways, utilities, and drainage facilities.
Okay. Thank you.
Number 12, if we're there, why are we referencing the 2020 zoning bylaw? Our currently adopted is 2021, and we're just about to get our 2022 adopted. So should that say current?
Do you have the corresponding section for this? Can you provide that to me?
In the 2021 bylaw? I think it's still 62. Well, we're going to be recodifying our bylaw.
You can also say, you know, take out the date and just say the zoning bylaw as amended if you wanted. You know,
Right.
zoning bylaw.
Yeah, just comma as amended, maybe.
It is still 6204 as of today.
Mark, if the section is going to change, so with the recodification, how would you reference that that was the lighting bylaw that we're talking about lighting, but doing.
Actually, if we approve it now, it'll be this bylaw. We don't even need to say as amended. It won't be recodified. You have to reference the section of the bylaw in effect.
I like to use the title of the bylaw, so that would be the outdoor lighting,
Yeah, I think that's smart too.
or parenthetically, outdoor lighting, I think is the section name. Yeah, it's just outdoor lighting. Number 15 about the landscaping, we usually do put in a review by the consulting engineer's landscape architect. And I think I had it in my draft. Is there a reason that we took that out, or?
I believe it's elsewhere in the decision.
Okay,
Can I get an amendment to 17?
hang on one sec. Are you pretty sure, Joanna?
I'm double checking right now. So here's 42. Landscape substitutions may be allowed. Cindy, was there something else you wanted to add to this condition 15 then?
Sorry, I was just trying to see where else we talk about. We talk about the review by a landscape architect for substitutions, but we don't talk about a review of the health of these and replacement, I guess. I don't know.
Thought that was in paragraph 42 that Johanna just went to.
All right, sorry, I was looking at my own. Okay, then move on. I'll just double check it.
Johanna,
I want to insert the 30% increase of ground covers that we discussed, since we're probably not going to see a new plan on that.
So put that in 16.
I believe that belongs in 16. And Rebecca, please tell me the language you would like.
Oh goodness. I don't know, the applicant suggested or agreed to, I'm not going to give you good language at this point right now, Johanna, I'm sorry, but they agreed to a 30% reduction of lawn with the replacement of native drought resistant ground covers.
the applicant shall replace 30% of the existing lawn with
drought resistant native ground covers.
Like it.
You want to reference, it's a Tuesday, October 25th.
Yeah, we probably should reference the plan date.
It's a memo from Pop Design to Campanelli on October 25th. But I don't see 30. 30% there.
We might want to, no, that was based on a conversation just this evening.
Oh, okay.
With Russ, but we probably want to date the planting plan too, as well as the memo, because there were several versions of what was produced.
Was there, yeah. October 25th was a memo. I don't think a planting plan came with it. Right.
No, it's just a memo.
Right.
Should we reference that in that? No, are we covered? Do we need to reference that in this 16, his plans? It's just assumed.
Well, I mean, those are the control documents of this decision.
Okay, there's no like additional landscape plan because there were several versions of it. I just want to make sure we're referring to the most recent.
I think we have the most recent in there, Rebecca, and I can update this October 25th memo from Ben LaFrance to indicate that the white pines will be swapped out with Norway spruce and also add a clause about the 30% increase in ground cover over the lawn areas. If you want to put it in the memo.
That's terrific. Thank you. We probably should say something about the Norway spruce swap too in this then. Thank you for reminding Russ. Do we want to add that another contingency to this piece that
I don't think that belongs in this condition, but perhaps we could have a different condition for it because this is really about drought tolerant vegetation and sustainability practices.
I'm sorry, Russ is going to modify the memo, the October 25 memo, to commit to the 30% and the swap in trees, correct?
Yes.
So wherever we reference, somewhere later we reference D2.
I think he's going to do the memorandum.
Okay.
Not necessarily obligate him to the plan. I agree.
So just make a substitution.
Okay, it's the condition number 11 under the building permit one. We reference the landscape plan, so maybe that's where it goes.
I'm sorry, you have completely lost me now. I was trying to draft what Rebecca wanted, and now
that's okay. All right, you have it in there, then that might be fine. We'll get to the other reference.
To replace the pine trees, the white pine. Thank you. Mark, did you have a comment about signage?
Yeah, so 18, strike all signage on the property. And insert, the applicant shall apply for a sign permit. And all signage, all signage. Yeah.
What if they don't want to sign?
But they put one on their plan, that's why. Because if you approve a special permit with a sign on the plan, sometimes people think they don't need a sign permit and they just do what they want.
Okay.
I had a question in 19, which we, went and voted. Just as a question, the applicant has executed a lease. I think there needs to be an A in there. But my question is, what is the term of the lease, the time frame?
Russell, are you able to answer that? Is it 15 years?
Yes, it's a 15-year lease.
Okay, thank you. So I think we need an A or,
Well, it says the applicant has an executed lease.
oh, excuse me, yeah. Thank you.
New item 24 about the emergency generator. And I know I've asked you about 5 times on this, but is it shown, are they shown on the plan somewhere?
There is no emergency generator
Right.
currently
Okay.
approved for the project.
Every time we asked them, they said they weren't going to have one.
And I keep asking and I can't register the answer. Apologies. So should that be any proposed future emergency generator, or just leave it as is, I guess? Okay. Because the plans are going to be solidified, so that would be a modification to the plans.
Mhm.
So should 24 be?
I think it speaks to the future.
Mm-hmm.
But shall be shown on the plan. So at what point? Just
So
want
it
to make
says
that.
any proposed. when the
And if
proposal-
it's not, there isn't.
Right. Okay. That's what I needed. Thank you. Question
Number
about
26. Was there an area committed to the storage of snow for snow plowing?
Yes,
Parking spaces, remember?
Can we see it? Do we have the? Does anybody have the
There
plan?
is a specific place designated so that, okay.
that's what Sue said.
I know, but I'm just curious what sheet.
To be limited to locations shown on the site development plan referred to in condition 1A above. Okay.
Sorry, can we, I was looking for the snow removal on the plans. Number 28, the sanitary system. With the exception of any bathroom floor drains, just a question. If there are cleaning products in the bathroom that go down the floor drain, is that?
Floor drains are required by the plumbing code in bathrooms with more than one plumbing fixture. One or more, toilet or urinal.
Okay, so, but that's connected to the sanitary system, right?
Yep.
So if you're cleaning your floor with chemicals, then that goes into the sanitary?
It does, but it's, we even allow, in our aquifer products normally associated with cleaning.
Okay. Okay, just wanted to double check. Question for Russ on number 20. Is it old 29, new 30? Sorry. I asked the question about the groundwater discharge permit in terms of why there were separate effluent limits for within the zone 2 and outside of the zone 2, and I don't recall that we got a specific answer on that.
I did not provide you an answer, and I apologize for that. I must have overlooked that. I can talk to our sanitation engineer and get that to you.
Okay. Thank you. So I just want to call out number 31 about the PFAS. We've added identification of the source of PFAS. I know Russ provided us documentation regarding the filtration system, but I just wanted to, call out the fact that we're also asking for any identification of the source.
Yeah, let's clarify that. There is no source of PFAS that is started on this site. I know we talked about that quite a bit at the last meeting. There's an extensive educational resource that the state DEP's website has. And on our letter to the board from On-Site Engineering, in the first paragraph, they recommend going to a mass.gov website for an extensive information on the causes of PFAS. I mean, PFAS is something that is dominant in the Acton-Boxborough community and many, many other communities in Massachusetts, but it's essentially a forever chemical that has developed over multiple years of synthetic chemicals that have been used on consumer products ranging from cookware to packaging to clothing to firefighting foam. There's just an enormous amount, and certainly the town of Boxborough has signed on through a select board vote for a class action suit against 3M, DuPont, and Tyco. So we can't identify a source. But what we have provided for you is all of our actions that when our PFAS testing has exceeded the 20 parts per million, what our immediate action plan has been with DEP and how we have going through, and we've given you a chronology of events starting in October 2020, right up to where we are today. So in a nutshell, we're trying to approve a condition, but what I can tell you is the state DEP has recognized On-Site Engineering, who is our septic and well engineer, as instituting a model program for DEP, and they're using it as instant notification. They've gone through the pilot program. Our pilot program was one of the first test pilot programs submitted to the Mass DEP in June 29th, 2022. September 27th, the pilot program was approved, and on October 20th, just a few days ago, the first sample barrels were delivered with all the water samples that are in testing now. When it comes back, we'll be working with DEP to identify a filtration system. So that's basically, there's a lot of information in that correspondence that we sent to you, but the source of PFAS is not sourced from this site or even any abutting source. It is migrated into the aquifer through multiple locations within a 15-mile radius of Boxborough.
We understand that DEP has asked several entities in the area for requests for information. Were you folks ever requested for information from DEP on a potential source? Then did you respond, or were you not asked?
Was never asked, but we've responded to all of the DEP regulations as it relates to going through the proper channels to set up a pilot program, to go through water testing, and to identify a proper filtration system going forward for our public water source.
That's an adequate answer. Let's move on.
Yeah, thank you. So number 32 is one that I was trying to come up with a number just to try and capture the water usage, since we found out that the entity was that they backed into the original volumes of water. So I had a sort of X%. I think the applicant put in a 25% increase. I just wanted to make sure, is the board comfortable with that number, that they would notify us of an excess of 25% increase of the proposed 22,063 gallons. That should probably be gallons per day.
Yeah, you want to get the rate.
Just gallons per day, Johanna.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
But is the board okay with that number, 25%?
I am.
I'd started with 10%, but
It seems too low. 10%. They cross that pretty quickly.
okay. And over 6 months. Okay. Um, 34 also references the 2020 bylaw. Could you make that generic, whatever language we're using? Um, 35 references fire chief. This is really a nit, but why don't you say fire department, or is it always the fire chief? I'll defer to those who know better.
I don't know. I'd say leave it.
Okay.
Then we can blame Paul when things go wrong.
Well, I you know,
Or
if the chief is out, you know, or his designee, is that what you were saying, Kathy?
Yeah,
Oh,
chief's
yeah.
fine. You could say chief for his designate.
Or her, his or her designee. Let's keep it gender neutral.
There.
Yes, thank you. $37 again, reference, oh, sorry. $37 has another reference to 2020 bylaw. Thank you. $38 was language that was pulled from Enclave that kind of references multiple certificates of occupancy. I don't know if we should.
All right, slow down then. Let's see. Yeah, this
Maybe
This
this
doesn't
becomes the final certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, I mean, B needs to be reworded as well. Just take out last, maybe. Yeah. $41 is the reference to tenant or use. So I think we're good with that, right?
Yes.
Two items that were left off my list of the construction management plan were a timeline for construction and also any tree protection measures. Are there reasons those were taken out?
I think that the tree protection measures are in a different condition.
I think you may be right, but
And I think that this was one maybe where Mark had it as well.
Jockey time.
So here's the applicant shall implement the construction period tree protection measures shown on the landscape plan.
okay, and that's the one that we also want to modify to include the October 25th letter while you're on that, but I'm jumping ahead. So I had asked about the timeline for construction to be added to the construction management plan. Hours of site work and construction, number two there. Again, these hours came from the Enclave, which was a residential project. I think our bylaw allows construction, or the earth removal bylaw may allow it till 6 p.m. on Saturday. I don't want to encourage that, but if the applicant
We'll take it, thanks.
just
Could you go back up to the provision about recording? It was just a little above the, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, somebody's gotta cue the music.
It's in the standalone paragraphs. There's a series of them. Bylaw compliance. No, wait a second.
I think it was third from the end, Johanna.
Recording, recorded and proof of such recording delivered to the planning board.
So we have that already.
Okay.
Bear with me while I find it. Prior to the commencement of construction, applicant shall record this decision and provide verification of recording to the town planner.
Okay.
That's construction condition 1A.
So it's prior to what you give it to the town planner?
Prior to the commencement of construction.
Okay. All right. So there's a certain amount of redundancy there, but
There is, and I'm happy to take any of these out. These standalone paragraphs appear to be the closest thing to boilerplate conditions that the board has. So I was hesitant to make any unilateral changes to them, but I'm happy to take this and any of the others out that you think are redundant.
I think we could do without this if you have it in the other paragraph.
Okay.
But again, how does the board feel?
Well, I was hoping that through this exercise, Tracy would have a full list of standard conditions for us. I don't know, Tracy, if you're still there, did you ever create a list of standard conditions?
I did not.
Okay.
Maybe if Johanna would oblige us with an electronic copy of this.
Oh, it's coming to you, don't worry.
Right, but each time, I mean, we're tailoring a lot of these, so sometimes it's nice to keep those in as standard conditions that we can just keep using, so we don't have to remember to.
Are we done with the conditions?
None. I didn't see anything about restrictions on chemical fertilizers on property. Did I miss that?
I think it's in there.
Yeah. I think I saw it.
It looks like it's getting struck here.
Struck.
16.
We might just be able to say chemical fertilizers are not allowed on site or something like that, or not allowed, or will be restricted, or restricted.
Restricted to what?
I'm sorry, I'm getting so tired, Johanna.
The use of chemical fertilizers.
No, I am too, but which just means that I can't make things up that are outside of my knowledge field. Normally I can, but I can't right now.
How about just chemical fertilizers are not allowed? Can we just say something as simple as that?
Yeah.
With the planning board, we can say whatever we want.
Yeah, the use of chemical fertilizers is not allowed. Okay, perfect. Thank
Are
you.
we done with conditions?
That chemical fertilizer thing, I don't think.
She added the word not, that was hard to find.
Okay.
Are we done? Anybody have any other modifications?
Just
Maybe this is your last meeting.
in the reference documents, did we add the response to traffic? Did we already add that? Again, this feels like it was yesterday.
We have not
It
added
almost
it
was.
only because I don't have the title.
Okay.
I
right.
did third screen
So
in order
just-
to do that. If someone wants to read to me what they would like this to reflect, I'm happy to put that in.
I think it's just going to be, well, you need to add the Green International peer review letter and response to Green International peer review letter. So
Right.
you can just put placeholders in there if you want.
Now, is it the practice of this board to have all documents that were exhibits be plans and documents? Because I'm not sure. Obviously the traffic peer review and the response are exhibits that were tendered, but are they considered part of the control plans and documents? I typically don't see them as a plan or document in decisions in other jurisdictions, but obviously I'm happy to do it however this board likes to do it.
Well, I guess meaning what? We can't, if they're not control plans, and if something changes, they're not,
Well, it's
Well, I
an
don't think
exhibit.
it's going to change in the peer review, right? I mean, so typically it's like, you know, you'd show a landscaping plan and they're bound to put the landscaping in the way they would put on the landscape plan. The peer review is just it's just a review.
well, the applicant was gonna make some commitments, I think, based on the peer review, so I guess, how do we capture those? Is that kind of the same question?
Yeah, that was definitely the case on the traffic one, Cindy, you just brought up.
Do you have a spot for exhibits? That's where it should probably go, you know, to leave plans in a different location.
Yeah, I had a bullet in there upon completion of the peer traffic review, implementation of recommendations.
Yeah, and I, Cindy, I
Yeah.
candidly did not put that
Yeah.
in there because we had no idea what those recommendations were going to
Understood.
be.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have this language in here about prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, we will have a mutually agreeable TDM plan. I don't know if that gets you everything that you need from the traffic peer review and response.
Well, I think Corinne asked for a few things, and I just don't know how do we. I've forgotten. Like I said, that was earlier tonight. So,
yeah, it was only 5 hours ago.
And we can't say and measures committed to by the applicant in their letter of date. Oh, Corinne has her hand raised. Could somebody give her verbal access?
I think she can just unmute herself to speak. But I think Mark has to call.
Hi everyone. Sorry, I'm actually still here. I just want to let you know, in addition to the transportation demand management plan, I would include the site distance verification and the site circulation for emergency vehicles and heavy vehicle access. And then kind of just yeah, a clearer outline of those things in the plans as well.
Corinne, would you mind popping that list, that tiny list that you just recited out into the chat?
I don't think
I'm not sure how to access the chat.
I don't think you can chat here. Can you?
So so within the plans, a figure showing safe site distances at the site driveway on the site plan.
So is that I'm sorry, it is late and you're speaking sort of a language that I'm not that familiar with. And I'm trying to figure out where this goes in this decision. I'm obviously happy to put in whatever, but I'm trying to find a home for it before I start taking dictation.
So now that we've referenced the response letter, how about a condition that says applicant shall comply with the responses to the peer review letter, including, and then Corinne can list out. Would that be a?
Yeah, I think that's, again, I'm just hunting for the right place to put this.
Right. Well, there was a traffic bullet somewhere in there.
Yeah.
There is somewhere.
Was it at the end? That
think it's where you had the transportation management plans. and
Yeah,
the
I think that's probably right.
Search on that. But this is under the final CO. Is this something we need earlier or no? Corinne, can this go in this section where after this, prior to the final?
Oh, sorry. Yes. No, I think that's fine.
Okay.
I was just pulling up the letter so that I had everything in front of me.
Wouldn't it be prior to construction?
Yeah, I think it should be a earlier condition standalone.
Yeah, not occupancy, but construction. See the construction condition? Oh,
Construction conditions, the way that this is grouped, are things actually having to do with construction, which is why I'm not putting it in that section.
So how about? Yeah.
All right, Corinne, please let me know what you want here.
So is this just plans now, or are we doing like the TDM as well?
It's whatever you want.
Okay. All right. So, a clear and defined transportation demand and management plan. And then I would also say if there's anything specific that you would like to include in that plan.
We have,
sorry?
Go ahead.
Such as a certain.
I'm sorry. So we're going to do this in two parts because we already have a condition having to do with a mutually agreeable transportation demand management plan. So I'm going to ask you if you can break your suggestions into two pieces, anything having to do with TDM and then anything else. And we'll go back to the prior condition for anything else.
for verification of site distances, I sounded like a good one.
Okay, so that is not transportation demand management. That's this other new thing. So let's try to, if we can.
Okay, well, I'll do the new thing first. Okay, so that is, shall provide to the planning board a site plan showing the safe site distance at the study intersection or at the site driveways.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
So, yeah, site plan showing the site distance lines.
The site distance lines?
Yep. Demonstrating safe site distances at the driveways.
And there should be site SIGHT.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, there's both in this one, but that one is, yeah.
And site above in the first part of that should also be SIGHT. Thanks.
And then they should also provide a plan showing heavy vehicle and emergency vehicle circulation and access.
Is that the same site plan or is that a different site plan?
It'll probably be on a different site plan just because it can get very messy, but it doesn't really matter. They should commit to the traffic monitoring that's required in the section 61 finding.
Are they not already required to do that?
From our understanding, it hasn't been happening. Or it hasn't happened previously. or there's no
But
record
has
of it
it, but has
happening.
it not, but isn't it that it hasn't happened because the build out has not, that triggers those obligations hasn't been accomplished?
That particular item was triggered in the original early build out of the site, which is what we were talking about, was additional mitigation for the intersection and the interchange that was not triggered.
Sorry, was
So
it traffic monitoring in the section?
Yes, traffic
61?
monitoring. Yep.
So how does that get reported, Corinne?
So ultimately, it should be reported to the state, but I think you have an opportunity here to also have them report that to you.
Okay, so
If that's
and yeah, if you could add that and provide such findings to the planning board as well.
Corinne, do you have the date of that section 61 finding handy?
Not right away, but I can pull it up and if you give me about 2 minutes.
Joanna, this is Bob Michaud. The date I have is March 27th, 2002.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Yeah, I am still awake.
This is a test for you. I'm not taking for granted that anybody's still hanging in here with me.
And by the way, under the referenced documents, you might want to make sure you have the August 16th traffic impact assessment listed as a
I
document.
believe that I do.
Okay.
I have this traffic summary from you from July 11th.
That was in the original submitted materials, and then we augmented that with the August 16th traffic impact assessment.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Can I ask while you're making that list, the package that, the visuals that the applicant shared with us tonight, is that listed here? Is that you have graphic, but the architectural changes, is that part of this list?
Needs to be, these numbers need to be updated.
Today
Again,
it was.
so normally what I would do at this stage, and I'm not trying to go into early retirement on this, but normally the list of exhibits is something that I'm accustomed to the planning department putting together, whatever documents it is that the board would want to see and has received and has reviewed would go into that list. I'm not saying I'm not willing to do it. I'm just saying that, Tracy may have a better list for this than I do.
Right, but the applicant just shared some slides with us tonight. I'm not sure that we saw those before. Maybe they were in the package.
The solar ones were not in the package.
Okay, what else, folks?
Yeah, and I mean, I guess, John, I'd ask you to kind of help us double check this since Tracy's going to be leaving and we may not have this decision finalized. So that list might, maybe help us augment it.
Do we want to add anything now that we're talking about traffic again, in and around all of the wonderful things that Robert was defining tonight about, like I believe he said he was going to put together a memo kind of outlining alternative kind of transportation amenities, maybe ride shares. He talked about EV, bike parking.
So that's the transportation demand management plan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
But do we want to spell out those pieces? Is that what you were?
Well, yeah, I guess there was a certain commitment made this evening. Do we want to kind of highlight what was committed to?
I thought the way it was written, it said it was, had to be agreed upon between the applicant and the planning board.
That's what it says. Yeah.
At what point? When does that happen?
Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall submit to the planning board a mutually agreeable TDM plan, which includes measures addressed to reducing the number of single occupancy vehicle trips to the site and location and number of bike racks.
Terrific. Thank you. Did we lose Mark? This is his way of telling you, Cindy, you are going to take the meeting over today.
I was not given that, I haven't given the gauntlet there. I don't know, maybe he's asleep at his desk there.
Yeah, it's 11:45. I mean, really? Can we wrap this up now? Oy.
Well, I'm sure Campanelli would like us to do that.
Whoever's chairing the meeting at the moment, I need to know if you guys are going to go past midnight, because I have to reprogram the record and the broadcast to go longer.
No, we are not going to go past midnight.
I heard you, Mark, but I need to know from the chair.
Amen.
The chair's not here, so
That's why I asked whoever's responsible for the meeting, sir.
go ahead, Cindy.
All right, we've got 20 minutes. I don't think we're going to go past midnight.
You're not going to have a quorum.
We
if
can
you
advance
past
this.
Midnight. I'm going to tell you right now. 'cause
Let's stay
I'm
focused.
done at midnight.
Let's stay focused.
Okay,
Sorry
so
to interrupt again, but my recording only goes till 5 of midnight. If you're going to go to midnight, I need to change things.
Mark, did you get that?
I heard it. Okay, so where are we? I fell asleep. Are we, have we completed modifying?
Yes, we're all done and actually have voted to approve and we can go home.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Okay, let's not waste any time then.
So I just want to, I would like another chance to rewrite some of the decision, but the conditions, I think we've all agreed now at this point. So I just want to make sure the board's okay that we get another crack at the rest of the decision, or is that a problem?
It's our decision, but we want to make sure that these guys don't, lose their mind when you tweak it and make something screwed up. So yeah, we can modify the decision. We have 90 days to do it if we vote today.
Okay. I mean, I just want to review the findings of fact and things like that I haven't scrutinized.
Okay.
Can I make a motion to approve the decision subject to a final review by Campanelli's attorney and our representative?
Second.
May I make a clarifying remark? We have spent a lot of time, rightfully so, going through the site plan approval decision. We also spent some time at our last hearing going through the special permit amendment to extend the commercial development period just for building 400. So what we do have in front of the board are actually two decisions,
yeah.
not just the one.
So, well,
Sorry.
Vote them separately.
yep. So Tracy, how do we stage this up?
You want to vote to close the hearing
Yeah, right.
and then go from there?
Mark?
You make the motion.
I can make a motion to close the hearing.
Is there a second?
Second,
Okay, motion by Mark White, second by Kathleen Vorse. Any discussion?
Sorry, does that prohibit us for any discussion on the special permit?
It prohibits anyone else from discussing, so everybody else has to stay silent except us. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Let's see, roll call vote. Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Kathy Vorse,
Vorse, aye.
Mark White,
Aye.
Rebecca Werner,
Werner, I.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Okay, so the meeting is closed, so now we can,
The hearing is closed.
the hearing is closed, so now we can discuss anything that you want to discuss, or we can just go to vote. We've done a lot of talking already, so I don't need much discussion. So does anyone want to make a motion to approve the special permit as amended tonight, with the understanding that the findings of fact may be modified by Cindy later and subject to further review? We have 90 days.
So moved.
That motion, who did that? Who beat me to it? Kathy?
Kathy did, yeah.
Good. I'll second it.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Mark White,
White eye.
Kathleen Vorse,
Vorse, aye.
Cindy Markowitz.
I'm sorry, what are we voting on?
You're voting on the special permit.
To
The
approve
approval of
it?
the Special permit.
Approval, okay. Markowitz, aye.
Okay, Rebecca Werner
Werner, I.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the site plan decision for Campanelli as amended tonight, with the understanding that we may modify the findings of fact and vote to approve that at a later date.
So moved.
Okay,
Well, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I don't understand and vote to approve that at a later date.
well,
The amended version?
yeah,
Is any? Oh,
yeah. If any, it's any amendments, any subsequent amendments.
okay.
Is there a second?
Vorse, I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none. Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Kathy Vorse,
Vorse, aye.
Rebecca Werner,
Werner, I.
Mark White.
Aye.
And Mark Barbadoro, aye. Okay, site plan decision and special permit are approved. And we have 90 days to tweak it, vote on it, and then record it with the clerk's office. Okay, congratulations, Russ.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I can't express your patience of working through this tonight, and I really do appreciate your late hour. And we'll become more friends going forward because we're working on the other issues that we've spoken about for amenities and also the master plan. And we look forward to discussing those with the board. But thank you for your time on this application, and thank you tonight. Very much appreciated.
And thank you, entire Campanelli team, for staying up so late, and our own consultants and our own planner for sitting through all of this. Very much appreciated. Russ,
And remember, it only is going to get harder as we go to the next one.
Thanks, Mark.
That was a parting shot.
hey, Russ, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Are all the other buildings that are the big buildings, they're all filled now?
No, building 300 is occupied by Cisco. Building 500 will be 80% occupied by Intel. And we are in 2 turns of a lease for a tenant for building 200. We're very, very optimistic that we will be talking to the board about a minor addition to that building of about 410 square feet to accommodate a truck dock. But we're just wrapping up the approvals, and we'll be there. but we'll
Awesome.
see you for amenities first. So,
You're the best.
okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
all.
much.
Good night.
Good night.
So we have 4 minutes to close a meeting.
I'm not sure
Anything-
we do.
Anything else?
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody, town meeting is next Tuesday. The planning board chair and I were working on some presentations, which are not quite complete, but I think you can expect that we will make presentations on our warrant articles next Tuesday night.
Yeah.
So encourage people to attend. As always, town meeting's important, so we hope people will plan to attend. It's at Blanchard School at what time is it starting? 7 p.m. Tuesday, November 15th. So there's my public service announcement.
Tracy, it was great working with you. That's my public service announcement. Good luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you.
All right.
Anybody want to
Motion
make?
to adjourn?
Yes.
Second,
Yes. Mark and Kathy have made all of the motions tonight. Thank you both.
trying to move it along.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. Kathy Borst,
Force, aye.
Mark White,
Wide eye.
Rebecca Werner,
Werner, I.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
and Mark Barbadoro, aye. Thank you all.